Are you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Of the NASRA Blanchard's Towing Xfinity Series. Brady LaBeouf will win the championship and the race in the Butt Kicker 250.
Keith Bradley gets his second championship on the Friday Night Series with the Concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series Season 8. This rookie season, he will win the championship for the Concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series.
You're looking live at the virtual Daytona International Speedway. Since Monday, February the 3rd, for the last 6 days, we have been narrowing down 210 drivers to now the 40 best. We welcome you on behalf of Glass Mechanic to the Great American Sim Race, the inaugural running of the NASRA 500. Welcome to coverage on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. If you're listening on the radio, it is also at wearecrn.com. Good afternoon to you wherever you are. I am Wesley Outland. Jacob Reeves is alongside. And there you see our CRN session details. It is a beautiful day for racing in virtual Daytona. Absolutely perfect. Picturesque conditions as we welcome you inside the broadcast booth. I believe we're going to go here and you'll actually be able to see what we look like in real time on the air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all had a good, nice lunch. And now you're ready for the big race. Of course, to my right, let me flip-flop here. This way, right? This way. My left, your right, is the redneck announcer, Jacob Reeves. I'm Wesley Outland. And we are ready to do this. Biggles, Dean Hopton, and so many other people behind the scenes. An amazing group, Jacob, ready for the undertaking to decide who will be the inaugural winner of the Great American Sim Race for NASRA.
Wesley Outland, buddy, I'm telling you right now, and everybody at home, this is going to be the best right here. Folks, let me think back. Literally, we'll go all the way back to Monday when we ran qualifiers. All the way through it, had guys locking themselves into the duels earlier on today, had 12 qualifiers, then went through 3 LCQs last night, 2 duels this morning. All of it has culminated to the Great American Sim Race. Honestly, you know, if I may say so myself, the Catalina wine mixer of sim racing, which is the NASRA 500. I'm telling you, I am pumped up for this bad boy. I'm ready to get it going right here, Wes.
Yeah, we certainly are, man, and it has been a long week. I know it's been a long week for the e-racing competitors for the NASRA 500 quest to make it into this inaugural event. It's been a long week for, of course, Cody Knott and Brady LaBeouf and Robert Richards and Mr. Joshua Suss and the people that are behind the scenes in officiating and handling the day-to-day operations for what is NASRA. And, of course, it's been a long week for all of us with Jacob, myself, Mr. Dean Hopton. I mean, right now it's close to 4 or 5 a.m. in Australia. In Brisbane, Australia right now, it's close to 5 a.m. And this man has been burning the midnight oils, the daytime oils. He's in a totally different time zone than we are, Jacob. At 3:09 Eastern Time, we're a few minutes away. We apologize for the delay. But the reason why, Jacob, is we want to make sure the lineup was correct. We had a very fast turnaround at the end of the Blanchard's Towing and Repair duels and the, obviously, Hupper Foundation Duel 1. We want to make sure the lineup was correct. We got a lot of cool things planned. And, of course, that is why we're a little few minutes behind schedule. But we promise you, when the green flag drops, it's going to be a good one here at Daytona, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in that duel, too, if you were able to join us earlier on this morning, I mean, literally, they were wrecking come to the line. Let me say it one more time. Wrecking coming to the line. Guys making last-ditch efforts, shooting up through the middle, going to the outside. Some of them almost went through the grass because they was wrecking, trying to be able to make it into that top 20 out of that dual number 2 and get them a spot here in the Great American Sim Race. That's what it means to these guys, Wesley Atlan, to make it into the show here this evening. A lot of cash up for grabs, a lot of prizes up for grabs, and honestly, a lot of pride up for grabs as well. Like I said, every single time it's going to be a good one, and I cannot wait.
Let's go back to on-track activity, and we show you some of the other things that are going on now as we move back to broadcast position. Obviously, on-track activity is happening. We will move our way quickly into our Jackson Wagner's welding details, race details, and the stages are in this race. Obviously, that's something we got to keep an eye on. Real quickly, the CRN session details again. You've already seen that. And now we move our way in here to the James Wagner's welding. James Wagner's welding information. 3 stages. Stage 1 to lap 60. Stage 2 to lap 120. And, of course, an 80-lap push to the checkered flag. 100% fuel capacity. No fast repairs. Let me emphasize on that. No fast repair. And there will be, it says 1 attempt at a green-white checker, but after the hiccup at the duel 2, Jacob, I don't know if I trust that. It might be multiple, in my opinion. It might be multiple. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see right there out of that. And one more thing about that. Remember that goose egg of no fast repair. If you get wrecked out right here on lap 1, you're pretty much toast. So everybody's going to be trying to set it, however you want to do it. A lot of strategies.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to introduce the starting lineup for the inaugural running of the Great American Sim Race for NASRA, the NASRA 500, presented by Glass Mechanic. And here is your Florida Cabinet Distributors starting grid. Chris Blanchard is on the pole. Fast qualifier from earlier in the week with a lap on the speedway. And Ed Osborne will make up row number 1. Row 2, Daniel Falkingham, the winner of last Sunday's PGR Esports 500. And Caden Diedrich right alongside. Row number 3 will find Matthew Baker in the number 3. To the outside, Jackson Bice in the 33. Tyler Wynn in the 82, and Ethan Eckert in the 12. Your first 4 rows, Jacob.
Then you're going to be in that next row, in row number 5. You got to have Malik Ray. Let me say that again real quick. Malik Ray, a Coke Series driver for the NASCAR Series. He's going to be rolling off in P number 9. And to his outside, Daniel Everhart. He's had some wild finishes this week to get him to this spot. He'll be rolling off from P10. Garrett Maines, another Coke Series driver, lined up on the inside right behind Malik Ray. He will start from I believe 11. Yes, 11. And to his outside, Dustin Shepard in the 89. Michael Larch is going to roll off from P13 in the number 2. And to his outside, Dula Light, Matt Dula in the number 77. And rounding out the top 16, John Ward in the 92. And to his outside, the animal for NASRA, Keith Bradley.
Row number 9. We'll find row 9, guys. Row 9. There we go. Whoa, hang on, buddy. We're trying to get row number 9 up on there for you guys. We're going to go another lap here under green as we're trying to get the lineup for you here. Row number 9 will find Stephen Miles and Logan York in the 124, the 91. Row 10 will find Denver Lee Turgensen and Kenny Rill in the 11. Dawson Wise and Nathan Harper will make row number 11. Trevor Asronoff, looks like he's eating some food there in his mugshot. And Ryan Johnson, our buddy from Wisconsin, will start in the 24th position on row 12.
The 888 with Kenny Harris will start in P25. To his outside, Philip Martin in the number 46. They will make up that row, and then right behind them, California's own, a NASRA regular, Kerry Trabue. There you see him in the 71. And to his outside, Sterling Thies will end up being on that row as well. Christopher McCullough, the McCullough family out of Savannah, Georgia, 104. He will be in that position to his outside of row number 15, Tucker McClendon in the 00 entry. Right behind him, you got Vincent Guerrero in the 114 to his outside. O.T. Bruce, the Bruce family, coming out in numbers here tonight in the live chat. Tristan Bruce, that'll make up row 16.
Props to Tucker McClendon and the Tennessee Volunteers car. He did make it into the Great American Sim Race. And our Canadian, our friend of Canada from Fort McMurray, Chris Cinnamon, the Spice Man on row 17. Josh Nelms to his outside. Cole Larson, Austin Green on row 18. Kenneth McCullough, J.D. Larson in row 19. And from 208 entries down to 40, Matthew, David Wood, and Josh Ball make up the 40-car field for our Florida Cabinet Distributors starting grid for the Great American Sim Race, the NASRA 500, the inaugural one, presented by Glass Mechanic. We'll let it settle in, Jacob Reeves, as right now we're seeing everybody come down pit road just like a real NASCAR Cup Series race, and they're doing that to make sure their tack is at 60 miles an hour. That's the pit road speed, as these drivers are actually some faking coming to their pit box. Now they roll back on, knowing where they need to go, knowing what speed they need to be on the RPM stack. That's what we're seeing now is one to go. Indications being given. This is exactly what NASCAR does on the one to go before we get ready to turn them green, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you saw, once again, the stages right there on your right side. And one thing about it, Wesley, we talk about that weather. See that wind right there with about 13 miles an hour. That's going to get a little bit interesting, maybe a tailwind, something like that. It could affect these guys going through the quarters, going through the trial, going down the backstretch, however you want to look at it. It could affect how the draft will be here tonight or today at Daytona. Eventually, it'll probably end up being nighttime when this thing's all said and done, at least here.
That's right.
But I'm telling you, this is going to get good. Going to be a lot of strategies coming into play. We've talked about it with numerous drivers throughout the week, through the qualifiers, through the duels, all that good stuff. Is find you some partners, or as I would say, beer buddies. Find you some people that you can trust, run with them, and just make it to the stages and be able to be there at the end to win the ultimate prize, which is the NASRA 500.
They have been going at it since Monday night. 4 nights of qualifying races. The last chance qualifiers last night, the duels this morning, and now 40 of the best of iRacing, of esports, coming down through the tri-oval, through turn number 4. Understanding from our NASRA officials, we have 4 operating this event. Brady LaBeouf, Cody Knott, Joshua Suss, and Robert Richards. When they come to the line, this time by 1 lap to green. 2.5 miles is the Daytona International Speedway. It is 4.023 kilometers. 31 degrees of banking in the corners. 18 degrees on the front straightaway tri-oval. The 3,000-foot backstretch, known as the super stretch, will always be entertaining. The front straightaway, where they're exiting now from the tri-oval, is 3,800 foot, 1,200 meters long. And don't forget about all the other amenities. A 40-foot wide, 12 to 30-foot apron width around the racetrack. Don't forget about pit road, 1,600 feet long and 50 feet wide. 7 garages, 82 stalls, where these guys are ready to battle here. 40 drivers. We narrowed it down from 108 to 208. 208 cars now down to 40. And Jacob, the moment we've all been waiting for. We let it settle in. You're letting it settle in. What are these guys thinking right now as they're coming to green? There's veterans. There's rookies. There's new names we've never heard before, ready to make NASRA history in the biggest endeavor of NASRA since 2020, my friend.
Well, I'll say this. Honestly, there's going to be a lot of butterflies in these guys' stomachs here this afternoon, and probably been saying a lot of prayers right here, probably even before this, before they went to the duels this morning, and probably last night before they went to bed after a long night of the LCQs. But there's been a lot of prayers, a lot of butterflies, a lot of nerves. I bet you everybody, all these guys in this field are shaking, holding on to the steering wheel right now and just hoping. They're ready to get this sucker going, but once the first couple laps get through, I think all the butterflies and everything is going to go out the door, and they're going to get right back to it, which is racing at Daytona.
I think the thing is this, right? Get into formation, get in line, knock some laps off, maybe get a stage complete under green flag. We'll see what happens, or will the butterflies cause calamity? Ladies and gentlemen, the Great American Sim Race, the NASRA 500, presented by Glass Mechanic, is underway for the inaugural time at virtual Daytona. You have a race.
Here we go, Wesley Outland. Chris Blanchard started on the pole and on the inside. He's going to get away. Here comes Falkingham. Falkingham's going to try to go with him. No, Blanchard's going to go up top, try to pick up Ed Osborne. Falkingham, Baker, they're going to go on that inside lane. Right behind him, you got Kyler Wynn and Malik Ray. Some of the pro drivers trying to line up. Garrett Main's right there with them.
By the way, this is Ellen Air Lawn Care, stage number 1. So we see these guys working their way off of 3 and 4 in perfect formation. Down to the line. 1 lap in. 2.5 miles complete. 199 to go. And it's Falkingham, who won the PGR 500 last Sunday, now trying to win another one. FDF 500 later tonight. A lot of these guys want to run this one and then go for another 1,000 miles later on this evening, Jacob. The leader is in 2.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles in one day. I've never drove that many in one day, but these guys, they got it in their heart and soul. They want to be out here. They want to be the best on iRacing, and one stop at it is the Great American Sim Race, the NASRA 500. Single file for about the first 14, 15, maybe even 16 drivers off of turn number 4. Falkingham still has the lead. Kyler Webb, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, and Michael Larch, the top 5.
Working down into the corner as this green flag underway. As Falkingham in front, Wynn second, Malik Ray third. USA and Canada up in the top 3 right now. Keep an eye on Virginia's Garrett Maines from the NASCAR series. From Powelton, Virginia, now North Carolina up into 3. And they all stay single file, trying to get the outside lane form. It just may happen yet, Jacob.
Yeah, but I'll say this. I mean, you got 2 very, very fast hot rods on that outside lane with Ethan Eckert and Matthew Baker up on the top side. Right behind him, you got Caden right back there behind him. Go KD, as we was called him in the LCQs a while ago. Here he is up there. 3 cars up on the outside lane. Baker wearing out right now. Eckert's back bumper. They've already got up to a give or take around the 8th spot. Actually, they're going to go even farther. You see it right there on the ticker. Eckert, Baker, making some moves, trying to get going on the outside lane, and right behind them, Dawson Wise back here with Tergeson. There, and now we're starting to see some movement. Now we're getting the outside lane forming up, Wes.
Eckert with a push by Baker. Baker's got, of course, Diedrich behind him. That's the battle for the top 10 in 7th through 10th. Through the tri-oval. Here they come down to the line. It's Falkingham in the lead. 6, 7 cars inside lane to the double yellow line. They hold, and they work their way back up top with now Eckert in that 6th spot, trying to get something going, trying to get something formed. Will anybody go with them? They're in 2.
Now, Baker actually hung him out. He actually shipped him right there. He jumps down to the inside. Deerditch ended up going with him. And right behind him, you got Tergeson trying to see if he can latch right onto him as well. Here comes Astronaut. He's going to get up here and get a run. Bice is going to go with him as well. Falkingham, Wynn, Ray, Maines, and Large still the top 5. But Baker has entered up there into the conversation. He's right behind Larch. Here comes Eckert. Eckert getting a run. Here he comes past KD, trying to get back up to Baker. Outside lane with only 4 of them. They are making it work, believe it or not, as now there's 3 now, as Baker's going to get shipped. Eckert's going to go down to the bottom.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed from NASRA. It is official. There will be 15 attempts of overtime if need be in this race. By the way, stage 1, 60 laps. The stage 2, 60, and then there's that 80-lap run to the checkered flag. Big thanks again to L&R Lawn Care for sponsoring stage 1. Kyler Wynn now. Jacob breaks in line. He'll go to the lead as they work to the tribal off 4.
Yeah, Kyler Wynn been really, really big here in these big-time money races that you see before you. And Kyler Wynn up front. Malik Ray going to ship him. Now everybody wanting to take a turn up here at the front. Falkenham had it for a little bit. Wynn had it for a little bit. Now Ray wants to have it. Falkenham wants to get it back. Some of the best that iRacing is showing you live right here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network are getting it done here at Daytona. Ray will hold on to that lead. Wynn's going to give him the shove. Main's right behind him. Falkenham trying to get some help on that inside and get back up here to Malik Ray.
Off of 4. Wynn now thought about poking down to the inside. He did not break out of line yet. Up to the outside lane, up against the safer barrier. South Carolina's Malik Ray in the lead. Wynn in second. And look at Maines now, powering his way up to third, maybe more. Baker right behind him as they work 2.
Yeah, Main's right there. He was on the outside, jumped back down. Baker's going to end up following him now. Falkenham is going to slide right into that 5th spot. Outside lane looks like it's fixing to die off. Turgeson was up there with Asronoff. Now Turgeson finds a hole. He slides right down in front of Miles. Here comes the 91, Logan York. We talked about him, sharp weapon. He can take that name however he wants, but somebody called it out in the live chat. We're going to stick with it. Here comes Logan York, started 18. Trying to get up here inside the top 10, and he's making moves with KD right behind him there. Everybody gets back single file.
What do they call him? The sharp weapon? Here he comes.
That's what I heard.
Up tonight, Bikes back in 10th as well. Working our way in stage 1 to lap number 60. You see it up on the top of the scoring ticker for the NASRA 500. All week long has led to this, and it's still a long way to go. Right now with Ray up in front, he leads the inside. Wynn and Maines right there. Stays to the bottom. Here comes now the 33 of Bice. Subway. Hopefully he got his Subway for lunch. He wants to take up the outside with Eckert as a wingman and try to gang up on the inside lane for the leaders as they head to turn 1.
Yeah, they're trying something. I mean, at least they're trying something a little bit right here. They're actually to the outside of Denver Lee Turgeson. Right now, it's about the first 6 drivers right now that have single filed, starting to try to pull away from the rest of this pack. Side-by-side battle is with Bice. It was with Turgeson, and he's going to get clear. Asronoff now, he's got Bice up to his top door, I should say. Miles on the bottom. Eckert right behind him, trying to give the shoves as well as front 6. Separating, and now Turgeson trying to see if he can latch on, but a lot of them moving around, just trying to get a feel for the racetrack and the conditions right here early on.
On board with Malik Ray from the rear back into his window. You see Tyler Wynn going after him. This is for first and second. And Maines is right there as well. 10 laps completed of the NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic. Malik Ray, Kyler Wynn, Garrett Maines, Matthew Baker, Daniel Falkenham, your top 5. Michael Larch, Daniel Lee Turgeson, Trevor Asrenarth, followed by Miles and Eckert. Those drivers are your top 10. As right now, that's Stephen Miles, Ethan Eckert. They work their way, Jacob, all 4. We're single file. It's a conga line, and I think it's the smart way to go right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really smart for this right here. And if you go all the way to Malik Ray, what you see right there on your screen is all the way from Malik Ray all the way back to Kenny Real, who's back in the 19th spot. You got to go about another 3 seconds back that you see this pack closing in up here. That's Kenneth McCullough Jr. with Austin Green and Kenny Harris. All of those guys lined up in a little bit of a draft, if you will, about 13 of them that you see right there now on your screen. Everybody in a second pack. And then if you want to, go back about another 13 seconds from that. And then you got MDW, Chris Sedman, Tugger McClendon, all those guys in a in their own little draft right there as well. So numerous different situations. A lot of these guys that's back here on the back, MDW, Chris Sitterman, they want to stay clear of everything. They don't want to get near any of what is going on. They might have saw some moves, might have saw something they didn't like. They wanted to drop to the back. Long race, they wanted to save themselves, and as well as that second pack, which is obviously led by Kenneth McCullough Jr. So a lot of those strategies I was talking about was with 3 different packs split up.
Thundering down the back straightaway. Sweet virtual thunder as they roar up the banking into turn number 3. It is Ray in the lead, Wynn in second, Maines third, Baker, Falkingham. You want to talk about the best of the best of esports or iRacing. You're looking at them right now in the inaugural running of the NASRA 500. Where were you on Saturday, February 8th, 2025, when NASRA made history with their biggest event ever? And who will be the not $2,000 winner, Jacob, the $2,500 winner at day's end?
That's a lot of beer money right there, West Outland. A lot of beer money. And right now, Malik Ray, Kyler Webb up here, Garrett Maines, Matthew Baker, and Daniel Falkenham. Like I was talking about earlier, you were talking about them. Some of the best up here. Some NASCAR Coke Series drivers up here with Ray, Maines, Falkenham, all these guys up here. They're trying to get what they can get out of this right here and just learn something right here. And honestly, these guys, we've talked about it, with big money races on the line, these guys show up and show out, to be honest with you. And these guys up here, where they're at, they're very comfortable racing with one another in the positions that they are in right now. So I think that's a lot to do with why they wanted to go ahead, get up here, get up at the front, and put down some laps and be at the front of this thing. Now you see Ethan Eckert trying to get a run on the outside. He's got Daniel Everhart behind him. They're going to go all the way up. They're keeping moving, going to 6th, trying to go to 5th. Eckert on a run on the outside in 3 and 4.
Something we ain't done in a while. It's cranking it up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you. This is the NASRA 500. You see the group in 2 separate packs. And right now, they're just riding here. Jacob Reeves, I'd be hard-pressed to say that probably in the next 15 laps or so, we are going to be seeing green flag pit stops.
That's exactly what I'm going to be expecting right here. As you see it right there, about 17 laps, obviously, right here, under green right here. Everybody been putting down a lot of speed right here, to be honest with you, and really burning a lot of fuel if you want to put it to that matter as well. But I would say, like you said, about another 15, maybe even go 20 laps. These guys can go, give or take, around 40 laps on a full tank of fuel right here, depending on how they've been saving, where they've been running. Where Malik Ray is right now, he's foot to the floor. He has not lifted not once since he's been up there. He's carrying the train. These other guys that's back here, like obviously with Daniel Everhart, granted, he might not be lifting much. He's all over Eckert's back door, but right up there behind Ray, you got Wynn, Maines, and Baker and Falkenham. They've been lifted. The guy up front, Ray, he's got it foot to the floor, at your back door. He's gone at this point. He's burning more fuel than the rest of these guys. So give or take about 15, maybe another 20 laps. You'll see guys with about 20 to go right here in stage number 1. Go ahead, jump down, and fill her back up.
Green flag has been out for only 14 minutes when they come to the line, and we are already approaching 50 miles completed in the next couple of laps. Right now, Malik Ray from South Carolina leads. There you see Kyler Wynn in second, Maines third. There's that second group trying to get something formed on the outside lane, led by Eckert and Turgensen, and Everhart just can't get it formed yet here, Jacob, as they work back up the banking in 1 and 2.
No, I mean, they really can't. I mean, they really can't. They're trying all that they can right now. I mean, they've got help up there. It just doesn't have a whole lot of help, if that makes any sense. There's more guys down on the inside lane. There's more momentum, and it's more tight in the draft. But Eckert has been trying and trying and trying, and Eberhardt's been trying and trying and trying, and now you see him get all the way up to Baker. And in the fourth spot, Eckert's going to get to him. Eberhardt may have something for this right here. Eckert may have something for this. They're going to third. They're trying to go to second. Here they are up to the outside of Kyler Wynn, trying to get him up here to the lead. Eckert and Eberhardt starting to make some moves on that outside lane.
Watch the Nightmare Esports entry. They have been talking about them all week long. And now Kyler Wynn with a bump to the tandem of the one of the leader, Ray. Here you see this big stack of traffic. It's close to about 15, 16 cars all in line. And now we're seeing some new names climb. Here comes Eberhardt. That's Daniel Eberhardt, the 90 Chevrolet. He hooks up behind Eckert now. Wise behind him. 3 wide. Oh, yeah, we're going to go 3 wide. Be careful, guys. Spinner in the grass. Trouble in the tri-oval. I believe it's the 19 of Garrett. Or Josh Nelms, my apologies. It might be Nelms and Garrett, both that got into one another. Caution out for the first time. 50 miles into the 500. And our first Serve Pro caution, Jacob Reeves, coming out here right at the start-finish line. And had a feeling it was going to break loose when they decided to stick it out 3 wide. Watch this here.
Yeah, this was actually everybody backing down. You already see the smoke up there. From what I was seeing, I believe it might have been Denver Lee Turgeson in the 050. Might have been him that ended up going around. If we can get a look at him and see where all that happened. It was give or take right around in that area. Is right now he's sitting in the 16th spot as of right now from what I'm seeing. So
happened out of nowhere. I mean, it happened so quick.
Yes, it did. You see Dustin Shepard right here, all this right here, give or take around in the area where he was, and see kind of what happens right here. Looks like maybe a bad bump draft. There was a stack up. Wynn and them was down there on the apron. And then there you see Turgeson ends up going for a spin right there. Shepard and Deerdich able to jump up to the top side and be able to try to get around him. As we see it right here, let's see kind of what happens right here. And here we go right here. Yep, just a little bit of a bad bump draft there. You see Wynn down on the outside, or inside rather, stacked them all up. And then right there at that point, it was just bad bump draft right there. It was just bad spot, hit him at the wrong time. And old KD right there gets into Turgeson, ends up spinning him around, and that's your very first caution.
There you see it, the 50 car. Well, there's Diedrich right behind him. Diedrich, Gold 2 winner. Oh, boy. Got into Denver. Turgeson goes around first. Serve Pro caution. Let's go to pit road. We got them boxing. They're coming in pit lane. And I figured this would be right around that time, Jacob. Almost the entire cavalry is coming down pit road here.
Yeah, this might actually be perfect timing right here for these guys to go ahead, make that pit stop right there. Going to be no problem for them to jump down pit road right here, and they're going to jump in. Not a problem. Probably maybe take tires. Good possibility right here with under caution, because Wesley, there's numerous times where I would sit there and say, oh, let's just go ahead, go in, fill it up, and carry on. This is a little bit different right here. You are under caution, so you got that opportunity while you're under caution to go ahead and get 4 fresh tires and fill it up and get you some extra traction, I guess you could say, out there on those race cars.
Yeah, some drivers did pit, some did not. We'll resort things and come back with you after our first Serve Pro caution in the NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic. Right now, 22 of 60 in L&R Lawn Care Stage 1. Back with more from Daytona next.
for Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's magical creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Bill getting the one to go indication. Welcome back to the NASRA 500, a great American sim race presented by Glass Mechanic. We are in LNR Lawn Care stage number 1 for the 500. Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland, LNR Lawn Care. Thank you for sponsoring the 2 duels. Jacob, what do you think we've seen the first 60 miles of the race so far?
Honestly, it's honestly, Wesley, it's a lot of strategy. To be honest with you, you've had guys, literally people separating in different packs. I was talking about, you was talking about there was a second pack, and there was one way back there to where if it ran long enough, they was probably going to end up getting lapped. So there's a lot of strategy that I'm seeing out of this right here. A lot of patience too. Now, what we just had right there, it's just one of them things. You're gonna have stack ups with these next gen cars. It's just how these next gen cars is. It's just how they're built. Guys you got to stay tied up on people. You can't be so far back because you could easily lose the draft here on these next gen cars with them being so aero dependent. But a lot of strategy, good racing, three wide. I got a feeling before we have this thing all said and done, we'll probably see 4 and maybe even 5 wide at one point.
Green, green, green.
Pace car is in, back to green. Lap number 23, now on 24 of 200. Watch this restart. Garrett Maines now up high. He's got help with Harper. A little push from Johnson. Larch up top on the inside. Here comes Ethan Eckert. It's not a dream. It's a nightmare. And the nightmare number 12 is up to the number 1 spot. But Garrett Maines will battle back as they go to 3.
Yeah, and them nightmare boys have really been giving these guys a lot of nightmares this week for what they've been got going on. But here comes Garrett Maines. Looks like he comes down a little bit. Tries to pull a little bit of side draft. Right behind Eckert, you got Everhart. Whoa, big save by Maines. Got a little sideways coming off 4. Might have had a little bit to do with Harper shoving him off the corner. Got to be careful with that. You can easily spin people out, giving them a shove coming off the corner. You can push them through the corners, but got to be careful coming off the corners. Eckert on the front, on the inside at the front, and up top you got Garrett Maines right up on the outside. Everhart and Harper shoving them, trying to get away, but here comes the pack.
The 3, we roll. And look at Matthew Baker now. Hooks up with Falkingham up on the outside. Trying to get something formed 3 wide. Remember what happened the last time we went 3 wide. We had to serve pro caution. Some of the best hold it in form. And now they work in front as Eckert pulls up in front of them going to 1. Maines the new leader.
Boy, you just got to hate it for old Bias. Literally, in the subway car you saw it a second ago, all that happened. Baker shot up through there. He got in the sucker hole and got shot all the way to the back. So I hate to see that right there for Jackson Bias. But now up front, here comes Eckert. He's going to get the shove. Here comes Dawson Wise. Wise gives a shove. Caution. Oh, no. We got a spinner back in the back.
Caution out.
Wow.
The 747 is coming in for landing at Daytona International Virtual Airport behind. And the yellow flag out for the second time here It is Vincent Guerrero that went around. Vincent Guerrero, that puts us under our second caution. Keep an eye on Vincent Guerrero, the 114 here. And there it is. There's the contact.
Ooh.
And around goes Guerrero's car. The other car up on the outside lane, Jacob, he got lucky. I thought he was going to turn into the pack as, well, somebody else did get into him.
Yeah, it kind of looked like MDW was up there as well, but actually it was Austin Green in the 87. Watch that 87 right there. Austin Green comes up, and he was trying to get around Guerrero. He ends up coming up, gets into MDW. MDW is just trying to keep the car straight. He ends up tail slapping Green, sends Green back down into Guerrero, and then bam, that's Sterling Thies right there on the 41, I believe it was. He ended up nailing him hard, very hard, and ended up knocking the whole hood literally where the windshield was, to where it's going to be hard for him to see. But you see it again, riding on board with Guerrero. Wesley, I talked about this a couple of times this week. That is a helpless feeling that Guerrero's having right there, because you're literally getting blindsided. You get blindsided like that, you don't even know what's happening. There you see it right there. Green gets him, and he wasn't even expecting it. Kyler Wynn right there, the 82, shooting through the middle right there. Almost got involved in it, and then hold on, bam! Tried to be able to miss it. He had it locked down, but Sterling Thies ends up running right into Guerrero and brings out the second Serve Pro caution of the event.
And those cars with damage coming down McCullough, I see coming down pit road. So there's Denver Lee Turgensen, Sterling Thies, followed by Christopher McCullough, Vincent Guerrero, Kenneth McCullough, all coming down pit road for service. And they exit now back onto the racetrack. By the way, here's something to think about and remember, as we're closing in on about the midway point of 75 miles in the first 100 miles of this race. 75 miles in a couple of more laps. We're on lap 28 of 60. Remember, the first two stages are 60 laps each. As you take a look at that, James Wagner's Welding Race Details. Big thanks again to the stage sponsors, L&R Lawn Care. Stage 3 will be presented by, obviously, the Glass Mechanic that normally sponsors our regular leagues coverage of NASRA for Stage 2. Now, with that being said, Jacob, one of the biggest things I want to emphasize is overtime, 15 attempts. I know there's only one, but we have been informed there's 15 attempts at overtime. And the most important of the week has been the goose egg of the fast repair. In years past, there's a mulligan there. It's no longer in effect.
Yeah, that's got to really scare a lot of these drivers right here to know that one little slip and you're already out of the NASRA 500. But Wesley, if you think back, literally, you know, and I'll say it like this: if you think back to all the hell that these guys have went through all week from Monday all the way up there, you see the trophies that will be given out to the top three finishers. But like I said, all the chaos that these guys have went through, everything all week long.
Oh, yeah.
Even some of them that, you know, was able to go ahead, get in right off of the first shot and have the whole week off. Some of these guys have been racing their tails off all week long, Monday through Thursday, just to get into the LCQ, then go into the LCQs and be able to get into the duels, and then go to the duels this morning and be able to make it into the NASRA 500. Way I look at it, those guys that went through it that hard and went through it that much this week, I think just getting to this event right here is a blessing in itself for them, because they're just happy to be here. And if they wreck out on lap one, they'll be tickled to death with it. So, I mean, it's kind of like, I guess you could say, the real Daytona 500 with NASCAR, if you think about it, Wesley, because, you know, you got the underfunded teams that go through all kinds of chaos through the off season, and then they go to the duels, and they got to be able to hit that transfer and be one of those drivers to race their way into the Daytona 500. Well, you got a lot of guys that had to race just like that to be able to get into this NASRA 500. So a lot of boxes are probably being checked by a lot of these drivers here in this field, and a lot of them are just happy to be here.
75 miles completed in the first 100 miles of the 500 when they come back to the Geico restart zone. And for a restart, And Garrett Maines right now the leader. It is Ethan Eckert alongside Nathan Harper, Dawson Wise after the choose rule, Daniel Eberhardt III, Stephen Miles, Logan York, Dustin Shepard, and Daniel Falkingham. Currently your top 10. And we're midway through stage number 1, the Ellen Air Lawn Care stage 1 as well here for the NASRA 500. Ready to bring them back to the green flag after a second serve pro caution. Pace car is on the pit lane. Here they come with Maines and Eckert alongside. We're back underway in the 500 at Daytona.
Here we go, double foul right there at the front. Eckert, now he's going to get the shove. Dawson Wise all up in his grill, I guess you could say, if you want to put it that way. Big time shoving right now for Eckert, trying to see if he can figure out where he wants to go. Does he want to go to the bottom and go down with Garrett Maines? Does he want to stay at the top and go with Dawson Wise? Outside starting to form up. Inside trying to get something going. But up top, Eckert still got the lead. But watch out, going into turn 1, or turn 3, I should say. Never mind. Here comes Eckert. Here comes Wise. They're going to jump down in front of Maines. Now Stephen Miles at the 124 rather. He'll be on the outside off 4.
All the cars right in line. Less than a second and a half from each other from the top 25. Now they work again across the stripe. Up high, Maines will go. Gets a push there from Miles. Baker's right behind that battle. And they work to the inside with Eckert in the lead. Maines now powers back with the top. Working the super stretch. He's going to power the outside and go back to the top spot.
Yeah, they ain't a whole lot of saving right here out of these fuel tanks, out of these drivers right now, Wes. They will be able to make it all the way to the end of stage number 1, and that's why you saw Maines saw a hole, jumped up top, tried to see if he could get away. Right behind him, Miles giving him the shove as well. They're trying to separate. Here comes Baker trying to latch back on. Here comes the outside lane with Falkingham. Nope, Baker going to jump up in front of Falkingham. He's got KD right on his back door. Here comes Baker trying to get the shove, and he will get that shove. Falkingham going to shove him going into turn 1. Baker going for the lead.
Jacob, I know that the real 500, the Daytona 500, is coming up next Sunday in less than 8 days. But this is as real as it can get simulation-wise. And we talk about, look at this, win on the back of Malik Gray. These are some of the best of eNASCAR going at it. You look at also the 91, the sharp miss of New York. But here's the deal. Look at how close, tight-knit they're racing. We talk about two-car tandem. 2, 3, 4 wide. You're a driver yourself, Jacob. The most important thing is you cannot make a mental error. One mental mistake, real life or virtual, can cost you and everyone alongside you as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially right there when you're that lead guy right there, getting the draft right there and getting that shove, Wesley Outland. That's the big key out of all of that right there, is you don't want to make a mental error like you were talking about. You don't want to slide around or nothing, especially when somebody's latched right onto your back door. You want to keep that car as straight as you possibly can, because even if you make one wrong slip, somebody's all over your back door, they can straight up hook.
Down to the line with Matthew Baker. Up in front, he leads the way. Just about a handful of laps past lap 30. And we're about 5 laps away until the first 100 miles of the Great American Sim Race. And 400 miles left to run. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. By the way, it has been a long, grueling week. Jacob, Ian, and myself want to say thank you to all of you diehards that have been there since Monday, all of the new audience, for the people of different leagues coming together. We say sincerely thank you. And we'll have a farewell from Brady LaBeouf at the conclusion of the NASRA 500. Right now, we're 3 wide, Jacob, and right now, Diedrich has put that car back in front, Duel 2 winner, alongside Baker. And if I remember correctly, Baker was right there in the hunt of Duel 1. Jacob Reeves, you got me? And Jacob Reeves is not with us right now, folks, as we'll work our way back to the line. Baker in the lead. Dietrich in that second spot. We're going to go 3 wide, though, for a moment. Inside, outside. It is Baker, it is Dietrich, it is Ray. Van York, top 5. Closing in on the end of the first 100 miles. 3 wide with Dietrich now in the middle. Baker in the lead now, the 5 car. Put Matthew Baker up to the top spot from Texas. York now back to second. Maines to third. Ward now. Buckingham, correction. Jacob, are you back with us, buddy? Everybody give us one moment. We are going to step away and take a commercial break. Please stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment. As right now we're closing in on the first 100 miles of the NASRA 500. We'll be back in just a moment. Back here at Daytona, just before 100 miles complete, and we are under another Serve Pro caution. Philip Martin is the driver that crashed. It was a single car incident. As we now get ready to show you the Pulse Poppers instant replay. Driver, the 46 machine. And we look at a replay here. Yeah, there it is. Well, he slammed into somebody else, but it's showing Philip Martin on the ticker as being the lone man here. Here's a look at a replay. He's got Kenny Real in front of him. And Jacob, there it is. Real to the bottom of the racetrack, and then he pulled up in front of the 46 of Martin. A second time, a little door slamming, a little door banging, as you call it. And look at everybody evasively driving to the apron. And then when Martin did that, he gets hit again. Wow. On board with Martin, and that's Kenny Real, Jacob, right there again. So set it up for us, buddy. A little door banging.
Yeah, a little bit of door banging, probably maybe just a little bit of a bad bump right there. Whoa, golly. What a hit right there for Kenny Real, just straight up getting T-boned right there. And I got knocked a little bit sideways, maybe a bad bump draft gone wrong through the corner and just knocked him sideways, and then it was on.
Kenny Real again able to pull away as we go under our caution for the third time here. Baker, York, Ray, Maines win. Top 5, Dula, Falkingham, Diedrich, Eckert, and Bice right now, your top 10 to put us under the yellow flag. And we have completed the first 100 miles. Jacob, your take of the opening 100 miles of this race. Still 400 miles left to go in the NASRA 500.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good little race, to be honest with you. I mean, a couple of guys putting themselves wherever that they got to put them, I guess, in certain situations. You kind of knock them a little bit sideways, this, that. But, I mean, it is what it is. Everybody's been fairly clean with the, exception of just a couple of bad moves. It's just getting made, and it's just causing a couple of accidents. But other than that, so far, this first 100 miles has been fantastic so far here for the NASRA 500.
And I believe we're going to go inside the broadcast booth because we have completed the first 100 miles of this race. As you see, Matthew Baker now, the driver out of Texas, that is leading the way. And right now, of course, Matthew Baker, currently the guy that's up in front there. The 91 of York, the sharp weapon, the blade ball entry is right there with them in that second spot. As the lights are off on the pace car, we'll get ready to set them up for a restart here. And Jacob, a handful of cautions, 18 remaining or 17 remaining in the first stage. And right now, just kind of a typical 500, I think. Three cautions as we're right now in stage 1. Still about 18 remaining to lap number 60. There's that James Wagner's welding race details here. And we'll try to set this up and go back to a restart.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do right here with all of this right here. I mean, Logan York up here at the front. You got Baker right to his outside. Then you got Garrett Maines and Malik Ray, Matt Dula up there, the top 5. How about Dula right there? Obviously with the Dula lights. I'm sure he's had a couple, since he was able to transfer and go straight into the duels, and then he went through all that craziness at the duels this morning to make it here. He's all the way up in the top 5 right now. So big deal right here for Matt Dula to be up here inside this top 5, and Kyler Wynn will be to his outside in the number 6 spot right there of row number 3.
Lights off on the pace car. And we'll get ready to go down into the second 100 miles of this race. 41 completed. Just had 100 miles taken care of. Baker, York on the front row. Ray and Maines on row 2. Dula, Wynn, Diedrich, and Falkingham. Bice, Eckert, Everhart, Wise, Harper, Ord, Shepard, Miles, McClendon, Johnson, Harris.
Green's out.
Right now, the top 20. Coming back to green. Still with Eleanor on there, stage 1. Lap 42 of 60 to the first stage. And we're about to head towards the first 125 miles of the 500. And look at Everhart now, starting to go high. Tries to make a run on that outside lane with Baker leading there. Jacob off 2.
Yeah, Everhart really, took it straight to the top side, jumped up top, tried to make it work. They ended up hanging a couple people out to dry. Inside lane, will advance. Here comes Logan York. He's got Malik Ray. Now, York jumps up to the top side. Here comes Ray down on the bottom. Kyler Wynn trying to roll with him. Here comes Falkingham. But they may end up hanging out Falkingham on that inside. They may jump up in front of York.
Working off 4. Down to the tri-oval here, and Ray now back up in front. Malik Ray from South Carolina, one of the greats of the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series and big money iRacing events. And I saw Sparks. We saw Sparks for just a moment. Wow. Was that Wynn and Ray sparking down the back straightaway there, Jacob? Is it the 2-car tandem going to 3?
Yeah, I think it might have been. They might have jumped up a little bit too much, might have got up into the fence. But looks like everybody's going to keep it straight. Logan York with Baker lined right up on his back bumper, giving him that shove. Maines is now going to jump down. He's got to have Everhart lined up with him. And Kyler Wynn and Daniel Falkingham still trying to get lined up and keeps some runs. Whoa, big save by Color, win. Wow. Eckert got into the back of him, knocked him sideways, and he almost went for a tumble going into turn 1.
Unbelievable. And how about Kenny Real also to hold it together in the back, Real in 34th. And while that happened, Baker has pulled away. You see those cars, the first 4. Big push, big bump draft behind them. That's Ray right there. Eckert almost going around. He now goes to the outside lane, and from the penthouse to the outhouse, and the lyrics of Tom Petty, free falling, the 12 is.
Hate to see that right there for Ethan Eckert sliding back. Now you see up at the front, that kind of scattered everybody as now Baker still holds on to the lead. Garrett Main's lined up right behind him, Eberhardt and Falkenham. But you hate to see that for Eckert. Watch out, outside lane. Here they come. Malik Ray, Logan York. They're going to get a run. They're going to try to make something happen. Maybe not. York may end up shipping him or just actually, nope, he's going to let him down in line. So now front 6 trying to separate from the rest of the pack and let them duel it out right here. No pun intended. Duel it out right here at the end of stage number 1.
About 5 miles away from the first quarter of the 500 to be ran. Baker in the top spot. He leads. Baines in second. Eberhardt and Falkingham right there. Ray the top 5. We saw contact earlier between Ray and Wynn. He was in a shower of sparks. Might have bounced off the safer barrier. Now they safely get to the inside, and he gives a tandem to Baker's car as they work 3. Eberhardt to the outside with Ray as a tandem. Puts him to the lead. Now he'll pull in front of Baker off 4.
Yeah, and Eberhardt now he's going to be on the bottom, and we get the caution. We got a spinner in the back.
Another Serve Pro yellow. Is this Austin Green and Keith Bradley, I believe? Caution out. Keith Bradley was a part of it. Austin, let's see it again. Austin Green and Keith Bradley. There's the contact. That's Cody Nagel's. No, that's Chris Blanchard. And then McCullough into Bradley. Austin Green now. Did he get a piece of it? We'll find out.
I think that was actually where he ended up making it.
Good job, Austin. Austin missing it. Watch it again from another angle here, Jacob. Set it up for us.
Yeah, I mean, you see right there when Blanchard looked like he was down on the bottom side right here. Actually tried to jump down and get in front of Kerry Tribune, and McCullough was already there. And then watch that. Then McCullough, the other McCullough, comes up, tries to miss the accident. He gets Keith Bradley in the left rear, spins him around. Austin Green was able to miss it. But all that right there that happened right there was Blanchard saw a hole, tried to jump down, and it was not there. And Christopher McCullough was already there, ends up turning him. And, no fault of McCullough. I mean, he's running on the bottom right there, but Blanchard just comes down and thinks he's got a hole, and it just closed up so quickly. We talked about the closing rates in these next-gen cars, Wesley. If you get the draft and you get a sniff of somebody's draft, you can suck straight up to the back of them, no problem. As you see it right there, McCullough trying to get there. Blanchard, if he would have come down maybe a split second faster, he would have been able to slide in that hole. McCullough would have got him in the back end, but it wouldn't have been to that extreme, and Keith Bradley wouldn't have went around as well.
There's a look at it again. It's the McCullough family right there, one with Blanchard, one with Bradley to the left rear. And it puts us under another Serve Pro caution as we are approaching the first quarter of the NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic in the books. Here's a look at it one more time as we'll step away to go to break. We had a technical issue, folks. That's why we stepped away that last time. We lost my teammate, Jacob Reeves. We were trying to get him back. That's why we stepped away right before the end of the first 100 miles and had a caution. And we're back after a break to show you more green flag racing. We're under caution as we approach 125 miles of the NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic at Daytona.
you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either.
Welcome back to Daytona as we are getting ready to go back to the Geico restart zone and wave the green flag as we are approaching 50 laps and the $125 miles as the field's on the back straightaway. Real quickly, if you want to join us up here in the broadcast booth, our getting ready for a restart here, Jacob. Honestly, we have seen some really, really good racing. It's been fun. It has been exciting. It has been intense. But for right now, I think I agree with Mama Baker, guys. Let's ride in. Let's get in line. Let's be patient. We don't want to risk tearing our cars up right now, Jacob. We don't want to do that.
No, I mean, you don't. I mean, nobody wants that. Nobody wants to have cars getting tore up and everything else before we even get to the halfway portion. And like I said, I mean, that's going to happen. I mean, you know, with guys making moves and maybe thinking that they were clear and they was not. And, you know, one thing about that, Wesley, you know, we were talking about, you know, guys getting clear, all that good stuff, you know, however you want to look at it. But iRacing spotters ain't the best in the world. You know, I'll just be honest with you. Some of you iRacing guys out there will know exactly where I'm coming from with that. Their spotters delay just a little bit. They're not 100% to the T good as you would hear somebody that has a real voice, like somebody that's actually watching it, be able to call it. So sometimes these iRacing spotters don't really help out too much. They help out a little bit, but they don't help out a whole lot sometimes in those situations.
Back in our way as we have completed 125 miles. 3/4 of the race left to go for the NASRA 500 as we're right now in the final 10 laps of the Eleanor Lawn Care Stage 1.
Here we go with Everhard up on the top side. Logan York down on the bottom side. Here comes the one of Malik Ray. Baker trying to give the shove. Falkenham up here as well. Dawson Wise in a 198. He's right there in that position as well. Falkenham's going to go to the middle. They may end up shipping him. Nope. Here comes Michael Larson, the two. He's going to try to latch on to him as well. But Logan York goes to the front, and right behind him, Garrett Maines. York's got to figure out where he wants to go. Now, here comes Maines. Maines jumps up to the top. Dawson Wise on the bottom as well.
Back into 1 and 2. What a move as Maines up in that top spot. To the back straightaway they go. Working into that third turn. Now Maines shows his strengths up in the top spot. York back to second. Ray to third. And Jacob right again on the outside lane. They roar off turn 4.
Yeah, try to get that momentum, try to get that run off of the quarter, and maybe carry some momentum, get as fast as you can. Falkenham went from the bottom all the way up to the top, almost ended up getting hooked, but he slides up. Here comes KD in the 24. He's going to try to roll on this inside lane. Baker jumps down. Ricky jumps down. Everybody's shutting the door on that inside lane. Maines and York not able to pull it off. Here comes Malik Ray in the one down to the inside. They're door banging, coming off two with Baker and Maines.
And Ray will not be denied. He'll stay to that inside spot. There's boy, they're getting Nancy in the back as well. Real sideways. Here comes down Falkenham. He wants to make it a 4-car battle. A quad war for the lead. Make it a 5-car move now if you can get York in there. Wynn now thinks about climbing into the dance party. As Baker now has Wynn. Will he go 3 wide? No, he will not. He'll stay behind York as they climb the bank into 1.
Here comes Baker now back down on the inside lane. Ray's going to come down, try to shut that door, but there's going to be times like that right there where you shut the door and somebody can't left, and Baker could not left. He had Falkenham all over his back door. He had to go. He couldn't stop or we was going to have another massive pile up. But Ray and Baker know how to get it done here in these next-gen cars. Here comes Maines down to the inside. He's going to try to go for the lead. York trying to go with Ray, and Ray will get shoved back out clear for the lead off 4.
54. Look at Wynn. Boy, what a move in front of Garrett Maines. Excuse me, coming through, and he made it work. Wow, the 82 now. Up high. Look at this. Jacob, is it just too early to drive like this, though, man? You're on lap 55 of 200.
Well, I mean, you come into the end of a stage break, but the thing about it is, though, Wes Outland, is a lot of these drivers, like Ray, I was talking about this earlier, Ray, Wedd, York, Maines, Baker, Eberhart, Falkenham, all these guys have raced against one another, and they're very comfortable with making some of these moves and putting on a fantastic show. And also, like I was talking about, coming to the end of stage 1, money's got to get paid out. Granted, you want to try to help anybody that you can, but once we get to these stages and money's on the line, Ray tried to shoot down. He couldn't do it. Maines is going to get the run. Here comes Wynn. He gets a shot from KD, knocking people sideways. They going after that money. They going after the beer money, Wes.
It is all about trust. And that's exactly what they're doing. Trust, in the words of Prince, working their way to the inside. Oh, no.
Oh.
And Malik Ray dirt tracks it, somehow knocks it sideways. Saves it, but they crash behind them. Kyler Wynn, Eckert. Is that Baker? It is Baker involved.
Oh, boy.
Josh
it was bound to
Ball.
happen.
Wise caught up in it and more. And Malik Ray able to scramble and scamper away from it.
Wesley, it was bound to happen.
Wow.
It really was right there. And I mean, really, if you go back and look right there with Ray and them trying to make those moves, shoot up through the middle, it all happens right here at this point. You'll watch Ray actually make a shot right here, try to go around Garrett Maines and Logan York. He shoots to the inside. Wynn gets there, and then Maines, right there's what it was. Ray was trying to get around Garrett Maines. Maines went down. Ray tried to shoot the middle, tried to jump up and get the help from York. It just knocked him sideways, and then Kyler Wynn just couldn't lift off of him and ended up taking Baker. Eberhard ends up going down into the grass. I agree with what you was talking about, Wesley. I do think that aggressive racing, granted, like I said, money on the line, all that. But at the same time, I mean, it was going to happen.
There's a Franklin on the line. I mean, a $100 bill. There's $100 going to the man that leads at the end of stage 1. And obviously, right now, it's going to be Malik Ray. And my God, what a save. Watch this.
That's a save.
The driver from South Carolina. I know we're watching Wynn and Eberhart down in the grass and come back up into the pack. What a hard break for Wise and Eckert. Let's go on board with Malik Ray, because that has got to be the most talented wheeling I have ever seen. I know he caused the crash behind them, but my goodness, did that man save that car, Jacob? Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, he had a lot of help. I will say that, trying to save it. He had York up top and Eberhard, all those drivers down on the bottom side to help him with all that. Watch this wheel movement right here. Bam, 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 bam. I mean, he had it knocking sideways like he was racing on a quarter-mile dirt track, trying to keep it straight going through the corners. But, I mean, he had a lot of help. I will say that. Let's give him, let's give the guys that probably got caught up in that a little bit of credit. York helped him out a little bit. Maines helped him out a little bit. Eberhard, even Wynn probably knocked him straight. So he had some help, but I will say this. That's some fantastic driving to be able to save it.
It was absolutely fantastic driving with the unnecessary need of aggressive driving, in my opinion, as we're approaching the final final couple of laps in L&R Lawn Care. stage number 1. Here's a look at it again. This is on board with Texas driver Matthew Baker, and I feel so bad for him and Mama Baker as well. Hopefully the car is not badly damaged. Watch this.
There you see him right there, just basically shooting through the grass. Wind's going to end up sliding back up right there, and everybody's just trying to get by it. And
it might not be that bad, though, Jacob.
He might.
I mean, it might not be that bad.
I don't think it's that bad, really. I mean, because he's still out there on the racetrack, still rolling, and there's a couple of other drivers that's still sitting in the pits trying to get the car fixed. But Baker's back out there on the racetrack, and he's rolling around and everything. I mean, I don't see that meatball flag we were talking about earlier on in the week. I don't see him having those kinds of repairs to have to deal with. You see Ethan Eckert, he's got some. Kitty Reel's got some. Kyler Wynn still on the pit road as well as Philip Martin. He has a meatball flag. Dawson Wise has got a meatball flag as we're seeing the drivers go through the trial right here. And looks like that might do it right here for the end of stage number 1. That may do it.
Coming to the line for the end of L&R Lawn Care Stage 1. There is still 2 laps to go. I just want to put that out there. The lights are off on the pace car. There is still 2 laps to go, Jacob Reeves, meaning that we're not done. We literally get ourselves for maybe a 1-lap shootout. 1 lap. 1-lap shootout. Wait a minute. I've just been informed, according to Joshua Suss, stage 1 is completed. So, is it Shepard that pockets the... Well, actually, it would be Malik Ray. If the field's frozen at the time of the caution at the end of stage 1 there, Jacob, Malik Ray gets $100.
I don't think he does, because actually he just got the EOL for that caution right there. So it might have been Garrett Maines that ended up getting that, because Maines was up there at the front as well. So it could be Garrett Maines, the one that ends up getting the win here for stage number 1.
Yeah, Cody, Brady, Robert, Joshua, and we're understanding now Garrett Maines from Powelton, Virginia, originally was given the L&R Lawn Care Stage 1 money. The driver from Powelton, Virginia, the Ryco Performance entry, has now put himself in the Stage 1 money. $100, another $100 up for grabs. And though this would be the final lap of Stage 1, we now move our way after our 5th caution to the L&R Lawn Care Stage number 2. Back to green here at Daytona. 150 miles into the 500 next time around, Jacob.
Here we go. Shepard down on the bottom side. Matt Dooley going to jump up on that top side. He's got Blanchard right behind him. How about some names up here that we love to call here at NASRA? How about the Tiny Horse, Ryan Johnson? How about Chris Cinnamon, the Spice Man? Rocking up there on the outside, laying in the 220, trying to get it done. Doula's going to hang out Blanchard. Here comes the Spice Man. Cinnamon trying to go with Blanchard. Blanchard's going to take the lead going into turn 3, but it's not over yet. Doula's got some fight in him on that inside. The 77, Matt Doula to the lead, and right behind him, Dustin Shepard. He's going to get there as well, as now Doula leads off forward.
Get those Doula lights ready. As the Ford, Matthew Doula up to the lead. Dustin Shepard behind them. And the Tiny Horse from Salem, Wisconsin, Ryan Johnson in that Chevrolet. The third, three Ford, 1 Toyota, 1 Chevrolet in the top 5 if you also count Harper and right now Blanchard right now. Back straight away. Look at this.
Look at this right here.
Watch John Ward. Watch John Ward. He's got to push.
Absolutely. Ward down there on that bottom side. Yeah, Harper trying to give him the shove. I mean, locked right up on the back bumper. Take John Ward. Throw him up there into the lead. Harper right behind him. Harper may be thinking different. Nope. Miles is going to end up going with him. Big slide right there. Was that Garrett Maines that ended up sliding? Might have been. Spinning around right here at the start-finish line. Caution is out.
Garrett Maines spun in the tri-oval turf on the front straightaway. Yellow flag out again on lap number 61 of 200. Man. Stage 1 winner, Garrett Maines. Here's a look at what happened to him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right there, Wesley, I mean, he screwed up, to be honest with you. I mean, he went from the middle
that York
jumped
got
back down.
Yeah,
yes,
was that York that got into him? I mean, actually, Maines turned back up into York.
Yes. Yeah, he turned straight down the hill, got right into York, ends up spinning around, and thankfully keeps the car on the racetrack, the grass, if you want to put it that way. But yeah, I mean, he went from the middle, jumped back down to the bottom side. York was already moving, and bam, just comes right down across his nose, hits him in the left rear, spins him around. A couple of other drivers, I think that was Ethan Eckert, that just barely missed Garrett Maines right there, about ran him over. And there you see Kyler Wedge shooting through as well. But watch it again. Was up, went up, come back down. York was already there. Maines tried to save it, hooked it to the right, and then York actually just put him right straight into the grass, which is perfect because if he would have went right, he would have just cleaned out everybody behind him. A couple of others trying to basically saw him through there and try not to hit him or hit anybody else. But another points Poppers instant replay and another serve pro caution.
62 of 200 laps. By the way, the caution ticker had to be reset, and with SDK, there were 6 cautions now. 6 cautions. And let me say this. Right now, it's 62 of 200 laps. Here's the deal, right? We're in stage number 2 officially now. But, Jacob, there's just, I mean, it's just too aggressive. And let me also say, as cars are coming to pit lane, Falkingham, York, Bice, all these cars in the back coming to pit lane, at least a handful of cars or more. But let me say this, though, Jacob. To me, it's just too early, and NASRA can enforce it. We can officiate it. We can do all we can to try to put out a stellar event like any other sanctioned body has to. But it's up to these guys, these 40 virtual esports competitors, and the way they drive with one another to determine the outcome between a wreckfest and an entertaining 500. That's bottom line.
I mean, you basically hit the nail right on the head, literally. I mean, that is exactly what. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, the powers that be, Brady LaBeouf and Cody Knott, I mean, they can do, whatever they got to do, maybe to speed up a caution or maybe try to throw a EOL some way because some guy ended up wrecking some guy or whatever. They can only do so much at that point. I mean, we can only do so much at that point for that matter. But at the same time, it's the drivers. It's the ones that's putting on the product and the ones out there racing around.
Right.
Daytona International Speedway, and I mean, I agree. This aggressiveness has got to slow down just a little bit. We ain't even got to halfway yet, and 6 cautions already before we even get to halfway. They got to calm down just a little bit. They got to. What was it that you always say?
I was just about to. Yes, sir. I was about to say that before we go to break because I was about to dispute what Nathan just said in the chat box about crazy racing for 3,000 to win, 2,500 to win. I get that. But to first win the race, you must first finish. Virtual reality doesn't matter. We go to break. We're back from Daytona after this.
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's magical creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Welcome back to the Great American Sim Race, the NASRA 500, presented by Glass Mechanic, the inaugural one on the NASRA 360 Racing Network, listening on the Community Radio Network as well, with Jacob Reeves, the Redneck announcer. I'm Wesley Outland, Bigglesdean Hopton on production. We are heading towards
Green flag.
the restart zone. Back underway in Eleanor Lawn Care, stage number 2 with the 500. Another $100 up for grabs. And it is Ward now in his Toyota Jacob, bad fast, leading the way as we work into turn 1.
Yeah, went from the bottom all the way up to the top, tried to hook up with Harper. Now here comes Matt Dula back with another run. Down on the inside lane, he's got Dustin Shepard trying to give him the shove. Ward trying to get Harper to maybe help him out one way or another. Tidy Horse Ryan Johnson from 24th all the way up inside the top 5. And how about the Spice Man, Chris Cinnamon, started 33rd. He's up here in this battle as well, going after a little bit more beer money as now Dula leads off turn 4.
Thought about making that run for the top spot as they work their way through the tri-oval. I will tell our audience that's listening on the radio or on the broadcast, NASRA officials have called out the drivers, and they have said, let's quit being aggressive, guys. Long way to go. Jacob Reeves, I agree with them. Think of the big picture here.
Yeah, I mean, literally, they're laying down the law, son, and, sometimes you got to do that. You got to lay down the law, get some green flag racing in, get some out there for the fans. By the way, shout out to 150 of you watching right here live on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. If you haven't yet, make sure you like and subscribe. If you love the content, if you love us, if you love anybody in NASRA, if you love the name of NASRA, like and subscribe to it. We sure would appreciate it. Here we go, Dula. He's got Harper. Harper on the top side. Everhart giving the shove. Now Harper is going to get clear. Will he drop down or will he stay with Everhart? He ain't got a choice. Dula back on the inside, coming through 1 and 2.
Somebody posted and said a lot of lane swapping going on. There was a lot of lane swapping happening. That's something they're also going to be watching. Remember, Jacob, you kind of hit it on that. One of the big mistakes that took out our buddy Timothy Hammond from Indianapolis last night was because of lane swapping or jumping a little too early on a restart.
Yeah, you got to hold your line or hold whatever the lane that you're in before you get to the start-finish line on these restarts. I understand, people that's, in the lead, they want to try to jump up to the top side where all the momentum is carrying. They want to go from the bottom to the top, but you got to wait. You got to wait till after the start-finish line. Once your whole car gets past start-finish line, you can go wherever you want to on the racetrack. You can go all the way to the top. You can run the middle. You can do whatever you want to do. You can pull it in the pitch for all we care. But you got to wait till you're after the start-finish line, as there you see a big old gaggle of traffic. 00, that's McClendon slipping back through the field. Actually, in the middle of it, Baker's going to go around.
Wow.
We got another caution.
That's Baker. That's Eckert. That is the sharp weapon of York. All trying to pull away. 7th caution. 70 laps next time by here in the NASRA 500. My goodness.
Wow. It happened around Logan York like you were talking about as well. See if we can get a instant replay here for
up top. Watch the up
replay.
top. Up top against the safer barrier. That's where it's at right there. Keep
There's
it out
Baker
of the
right
silver
there.
5. And there, oh boy, there's the Tennessee Volunteers. McClendon getting in to Baker, and then Baker has York get into his left rear, and then Eckert, and then Bice up in the fence, and that's what happened. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy right there.
Wow.
That's crazy, Wes. I mean, there was a whole lot of room on the inside to where McClendon didn't have to literally force him all the way up into the wall. But at the same time, I will say this, and I'm not trying to defend Tucker McClendon by no means, but these cars have a tendency to get tight going into the corners. They have a tendency to get tight going into these corners here at Daytona and even at Talladega and even in Atlanta, the other super speedway. So they have a tendency to get tight right there, especially with all the air. As you saw him right there, maybe you got a little bit tight, shot up into Baker. I don't know 100%, so I can't speak, on his behalf on that. But I will say that I've drove these cars before and got tight going into the corners. So that might have been something happened. Either that or he just misjudged it by a mile and just kept coming up and basically just put him in the wall and then spun him around.
Cars are coming down pit road. And we understand drivers are missing pit stops as well. Wow. Can we go inside the broadcast booth to our audience team? Let's say hello. Can we do that? No, not yet. 70 laps of 200 as we have another Serve Pro caution. This is our seventh yellow flag. By the way, I've been informed from NASRA, EOL on Tucker McClendon, the 00. That's that Tennessee volunteer car. He is being called for the caution. He's being called for causing that yellow there, Jacob, and McClendon will go to the rear.
Yeah, I mean, NASRA officials don't really care if you got tied or what it is. I mean, you cause the wreck, you're going to get busted for it, and that's exactly what happened right there with McClendon right there. And and folks, if you don't know, first time watching, possibly, with the iRacing broadcast, and you never actually heard of what an EOL is. EOL stands for end of line. And so when you get those penalties, in league races such as NASRA or other league races, they will give people an EOL penalty if they cause a caution. And basically they send them to the back. So it doesn't matter how you do it or why you did it. Odds are EOL, if you cause a caution, you're going to get EOL and you're going to get sent to the back. And that's what happened with Tucker McClendon right there.
And again, with 70 laps completed now, 71 on the board. We'll try to set ourselves up for another restart. Look at this now. Daniel Eberhardt got caught up in an accident a moment ago. And look at this, Jacob, what happened on a restart on the back straightaway with Malik Ray and others. Eberhardt's right back in the dance again. So don't give up. The race isn't over. It's a very long race. But with that said, I think we got to see some more patience here. I mean, by the time these guys get ready taking each other out, we might end up with the process of elimination and have maybe 10 cars left.
There's a good possibility. I mean, they keep wrecking at everything, for some of you old school NASCAR fans, throw it all the way back to, I believe it was 2002 at Talladega for the NASCAR Busch Series at the time for the Aaron's 312. Folks, if y'all remember that, where Johnny Sauter in the 2 was flipping wildly down the backstretch and took out probably about 3/4 of the field. Yep, and I think there was only 2 of them running for the win. At that time, they were running for the win of it at the end of it. So, it can happen. I mean, I know we don't want that to happen, but you have enough wrecks and enough people get their cars tore up, eventually you're going to trim the fat, as you were saying earlier this week, Wesley Allen. They're trimming the fat 9 ways to Sunday off all these guys. Yeah,
we trimmed the fat. Obviously, we went from 208 entries down to 40 of the best. There's 168 broken hearts that are watching this or preparing for the FTF 500 saying, hey, man, if I could have done this differently or changed this that way, I could have been in the great American sim race in the inaugural NASRA 500. As again, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth. We're working on some things behind the scenes. We'll come back on camera in just a moment here, Dean, as we are coming back to a restart. The pace car is getting ready to drop on to pit lane. But I agree with Brandon Broadfoot. He just said it needs to race like they did at the start. Ride, baby, ride. good lyrics to a song, Mustang Sally, and it is also what they need to do here on the restart at the NASRA 500. Back underway as we are about to approach lap 75.
Absolutely. Ride, Sally, ride. That's what the fans want. That's what we want. That's what the officials want. That's what the NASRA officials, that's what everybody wants, even the drivers. But they've got to do it themselves. We'll see how it works out as Dula Light locked up to the back bumper of Daniel Eberhardt. Right behind them, you got Tidy Horse Ryan Johnson. To the inside of him, you had Dustin Shepard. They're starting to fall back. Now, here we go. Everybody's starting to work their way down. Astronaut's going to work his way down. Here comes David Lee Turgeson trying to get a run on the outside lane. He's got Harper lined up behind him, but Eberhardt has the lead. Dula right behind him off turn 4.
Approaching close to 200 miles. Remember, lap 120 will be the L&M Lawn Care Stage 2. Another $100 up for grabs. As right now you're on board with Ryan Johnson. Salem, Wisconsin, going after Dula from Ohio. And Eberhardt right there in tow as they hit that back straightaway.
They're going to see if they can try to keep it clean, keep it green all the way to lap 120. That's when we're going to pay out a little bit more beer money. And then obviously have us a caution at the end of that. Here we go. Everybody's starting to slip slide. Dula looks like he was going to go to the top side. May try to line up with Tidy Horse Ryan Johnson. If they can get some help, they may end up going around him. Either that or trying to pull what Brandon Broadfoot said. Ride, baby, ride. Looks like that's what these guys up front are doing. These guys back here in the back, with the likes of Dustin Shepard, Daniel Falkenham. Shepard actually hung him out to dry. Here we go. Now Falkenham up on the top side. Now Shepard's got to slip back. He's going to have to get some help. Big slam right there. Big slam draft through 1 and 2.
The Pride out of Byron, Georgia, leading the way now. And that D3 Outdoors entry number 90. Daniel Eberhardt. And now we push out of line. Hold on again. Guys, hold it together, and there we go again. That's Ryan Johnson. Push out of line, and he crashes. Ryan Johnson, Austin Green. Michael Larch might have got a piece of it and some more. And the Matthew David Wood, MDW might have got a piece of it. And the caution out now on lap 75, just shy of 200 miles here in the NASRA 500, lap 75 of 200, and another caution. It is, I lost count. 8 cautions now, I guess, Jacob?
I think so. I think that's about how many that it's been, honestly, because, and I agree with you, Wesley. Yeah, I think we're having way too many cautions right here, but you see what happened. It was a stack up on the inside. Dula slides up, and Tidy Horse tries to move down a little bit. He was trying to get back up, but he was trying to save it, got knocked sideways by Shepard, and then after that, he just along for the ride. But all this stacking up, I mean, everybody is just stacking up so hard on this inside and even the outside. He was able to save it. Others got collected in it. And, I mean, honestly, Wesley, the only fault that I can put on anybody out of this is there has got to be some patience in this field, or else we're just going to keep tearing up cars for the rest of this, or for the rest of these 200 laps, or give or take however many laps there is left, about another 125 of them. There's got to be some patience. They know that they know this.
Jacob, if I want to go back now and look at it from another angle, and I think the NASRA officials are as well, you might want to put the blame on the 98 or the 89, my apologies, of Dustin Shepard, because Dustin Shepard did get into the left rear of the 38 of Johnson. And here's something as well, bump drafting in the corner. Literally going down the straightaway, going into the corner, a bump draft there, and that caused the caution as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, they got to figure it out one way or another. I mean, this is some of the best right here, for the NASRA 500. So, yeah, they got to get this figured out pretty quick.
And we're going to try this again now, as we were going to go in the broadcast booth, and then we had a quick restart. So we're going to try this now with you one more time. Welcome back to coverage of the NASRA 500, wherever you are virtually around the world. I'm Wesley Outland, redneck announcer Jacob Reeves, alongside Bigglestein Hopton at around 5, 6 a.m. Brisbane, Australia time, doing this broadcast. We've had a fun week so far. But, Jacob, here's my take on this. And I said it a moment ago. Guys, we're not even halfway, and we've had 9 cautions. Let's back her down a little bit. And as I said, the NASRA officials can enforce it all they want to. Any sanctioning officials can say, guys, let's not do this. But when you got these guys out here doing the way they're doing, there's no stopping what we can't control, what's on the racetrack and what we're broadcasting, my friend. And obviously, we need to get a long green flag run under our belt.
Wesley, it sounds to me like you might have a little bit of beef right here with some of this. You got beef?
You got beef.
We got beef?
We got
You
beef
chew it,
right
yes.
now.
You can
I
chew
think
it
we
up.
got beef. I think that's exactly what it is right there. I mean, I got a little beef out of it myself.
Yeah.
Honestly, Wesley, I got beef out of it as well.
Do you agree with me? I mean, am I right?
I agree
or am I wrong?
100%. Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, they've got to calm down. I mean, we've went through, it's like I was talking about earlier. We went through qualifying races. We've went through LCQs. We went through duels. And it's the same stuff of, checkups. And, guys driving into the back of one another and trying to check up. But you got to stay as tight as you can. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to be able to figure it out to a certain extent. They've got to get this cleaned up a little bit, or else it's going to cause more problems. Other drivers in the field is going to start to get upset, and then we're going to have more beef out there on the racetrack. So just calm it down, guys. I mean, long way to go. I know you pay out for the stages and everything else, but calm it down a little bit. Let's get to about the last 20 laps. And then if y'all want to tear all your crap up, go for it at that point. But let's get there before we can even start doing all this. Let's get there.
And remember, there is 15 attempts at overtime. Somebody did not jump on board and sponsor that. I think if we do this again next year, if we do it, somebody needs to sponsor the overtime for sure. As we go back to on-track activity and we get ready for a restart. 8th caution presented by Serve Pro. They've made some money. Fire, water, cleanup, and restoration. Making something completely restored look brand new. And I think a lot of these guys wish they had Serve Pro, Jacob, right now, right? There's the trophies, the money on the line, and more.
Yeah, Serve Pro's getting their money's worth here this week, I promise you. Beautiful trophies right there. We're understanding that they was going to have a little NASRA 500 little thing. We was hearing something about that, having the NASRA 500 logo right there on the front of the trophies. So pretty cool stuff right there that we're seeing out of these trophies. And, I would love to have one of them, Wesley, but I got to tell you, I love racing. I just think that talented, and be honest with you, I ain't got the patience to be out there racing with some of these guys, how they've been doing. But we'll see if they can clean it up.
Hopefully. We're hoping.
Green's out. Green flag. Green flag.
Back to the Geico restart zone. Green flag. 5 miles shy of 200 miles. Lap 80 will be 200 miles and 300 miles left in the Great American Sim Race. We're back underway. They're in turn 1.
March down on the bottom side, John Ward 3 wide. Wow, Garrett Maines up in the middle side actually kicked. I believe that might have been Falkenham actually kicked him back. No, it wasn't. It was another driver. A couple of green cars out there kind of looking matched up. Here we go. Falkenham thought about he was going to go to the top. He's actually going to stay with Deerditch. Now, Deerditch going to go to the top side. KD trying to go to the front with the help of Daniel Falkenham in the 39. KD goes to the lead. Falkenham to second. Ward's going to hang out large. KD leading at the line.
Aiden Diedrich, the new leader. Aiden Diedrich, the new leader. As you see them work their way up the racetrack. And I'll tell you somebody else, Jacob, that's making a climb. Garrett Maines, the Virginia driver in the 42, is working back up the top 5 after his spin in the tri-oval earlier.
Yeah, he's been making a lot of moves. Obviously, a NASCAR Coke Series driver, really been putting down some pretty good speed right here. Is there you see Chris Blanchard, we're hearing him. He was your pole sitter to start this whole thing off. He's worked his way back up here after slipping back just a little bit right here with 81 laps in the books. of the NASRA 500. He's trying to go with Larch. We're hearing actually from our producer, probably busy towing some cars back to pit road with all the cautions that we've had. But anyway, now he's not worried about it at this point. He probably hired somebody at this point. But here we go. Larch still trying to get rolling. It's KD and Falkenham up on the top side. Ward trying to help him as well.
Back to 3. Aiden Diedrich now, the new leader. Daniel Falkingham right there in second. Ward is third. So is the number 1. Right in that spot as they work their way back to the corner.
Check
200
this out,
miles.
right?
200 miles into the NASRA 500, presented by Glass Mechanics. Sorry for stepping on you there, Jacob.
Nah, you good. I mean, I'm loving what we're seeing right here. I mean, granted, they aren't riding like Brandon Broadfoot was talking about. They're not necessarily riding, but they're still keeping it clean, and this is what they need to do. I mean, get up here and race for it of all get out. You know, do what you got to do, but at the same time, let's not do some crazy moves and cause accidents. And right now, I mean, they're putting on a fantastic show with John Ward. Michael Larch trying to get this inside lane going. KD and Falkenham, they're up top trying to get going. Garrett Maines right now, the third car on the outside lane with Ethan Eckert. We saw him get caught up in an accident earlier on. Now he's up here in 6th as well. I mean, that's just crazy here with this super speedway racing, Wesley Outland. You could go, I mean, you can get caught up in a wreck, go all the way to the back, and then out of nowhere, shoot right back up here to the front and have a chance to lead this thing.
And Diedrich will go high. Falkingham now on the bottom, and Diedrich shuts the door on the 39. Ward down to the inside. Here's a little bump and 2-car tandem through the tri-oval. Remember, stage 2 to lap 120. It's another 60-lap stage. Another $100 on the line. And right now, Caden Diedrich, Daniel Falkingham, Garrett Maines, 22, 29, 39 spots. These guys have climbed to get back on the podium of the backstretch there, Jacob.
Yeah, and you better watch out for Daniel Eberhardt right there. Had Logan York lined right up behind him. I mean, they went from the top, went to the middle, jumped back down to the bottom side, and they're starting to make some moves. Real big moves. Up to second. KD saw it happening. Now, wow, Eberhardt knocked him out of the way. Hit him right in the back end. They're going to door bang going into the trial. Well, 3 wide behind them with Maine stuck in the middle. Here comes York trying to help out Eberhardt. They're getting frisky. Oh, boy, now York's going to be able to hold on to it. Got knocked sideways by Ward. KD still got the lead. Eberhardt trying to go after him for the lead off 2.
Remember what happened the last time the sharp weapon of York got into the one of Maines? It wasn't pretty. By the way, dominant scoring has Garrett Maines in the 42. He's in that blue and white number 1 up on the outside. Working again off 4. Here they come to the line. Diedrich, Falkingham, Eberhardt. York now up to 3rd as they come storming through the tri-oval.
Oh, boy, better watch this middle lane right here. I'm telling you, Wesley, I've been watching Ethan Eckert really making some aggressive moves. Right behind him, got Asranoff trying to go with him. They're going to try to kick Maines out to the outside, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Blanchard now down on the bottom side. Asranoff door banging with Maines. They're going to end up shoving him up into the fence. Asranoff and Maines door banging, and Maines is all by himself. He has no help, but now he does, as Harper's going to slide up here giving the shove. Malik Ray trying to get back up into the middle of this. And how about the animal Keith Bradley sitting back there around the 12th spot? We saw him spin around a while ago. He got all his car repairs fixed. Wow, what a move. Logan York being very aggressive, going down to the inside in front of Eberhardt.
Hold on to that spot, to that real tree number 90. He's on the inside behind York. On the bottom lane at the double yellow line. Up top now, the leader's Thunder. With Diedrich now trying to clear by him. That's Ward now losing ground. Also, Falkingham, Larch, some new names climbing. How about Chris Blanchard now back into the top 5, top 10 as they work their way behind the leaders in 3 and 4, and we're going 3 and 4 wide again up top.
Boy, York has been very, very aggressive up here at the front. Started 18th, and we got a caution. We got a speeder back in the back. Garrett Maines. Wow.
Oh, that's Garrett Maines. Tough break, man. And Matthew Baker again, Bice. Boy, what a shot into the wall. The safer barrier hit for Matthew Baker there. And remember, I said it. They were getting 3 and 4 wide coming out of the tri-oval or entering the tri-oval. And there's the end result again.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy right here with Garrett Maines right there, Wesley. This is bad right here. I mean, look at this right here. Maines looks like he sees a hole, shoots up to the top side. I don't know where Astronaut was going right there. I mean, he goes up even higher, tried to put the block on him, basically put him into the fence. And then Jacob, Baker was coming and ended up running him over and spun him out.
Jacob, that's the second time that Astronaut was involved in starting an incident here. Watch the Jack Shack Chevrolet again of Trevor Astronaut, and look at Garrett Maines. Look at that. Oh, man.
I just don't get that right there. I mean, what have you got to gain? I mean, I don't know, but he comes up or whatever, tries to put the block on him, ends up sending Maines around, and then looked like Matthew Baker got the worst out of the whole deal. His car is pretty tore up. We got pit. They're pitting.
They are pitting. Got to make sure you hit your pit box. Make sure you box perfectly. Don't overshoot it. Don't get busted for speeding on pit road, on entry or exit. Remember, 60 miles an hour on the tack. And a lot of drivers just taking on fuel, it looks like, Jacob, as they enter back on to the racetrack. Looks like Daniel Falkingham is going to be showed as the new leader. As I believe time and scoring, updating here, trying to catch all these other cars. We'll sort it out after the 9th Surf Pro caution at the NASRA 500, and we will be back in just a moment. Wow.
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
We welcome you back to Daytona. Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland, and we are getting ready to try to do this one more time, right? Thanks to Glass Mechanic, the NASRA 500. By the way, I said it before the break, and it is now official. Trevor Asenarth, Jacob, called for the EOL penalty. That is the end-of-line penalty on the 089. They called him out for what he did. They say he caused that accident. He's at the rear.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you got to do that. You got to restore a little bit of order. Even though this is Daytona, and even though guys can shoot up through the middle and they can make 20 spots up in one lap, you got to have some kind of order, when you have those instances like that. So they got to throw these EOL penalties in there and everything to be able to try to, like I said, restore order, lay down the law, all that. So, don't screw up and wreck somebody or do something like that right there. They end up giving you the EOL and you'll go to the back.
All right. Let's try this again. And let's try to crank it up, shall we, as we're closing in on halfway. Rest our voices. Let you feel the roar. Virtual Daytona. Back to green. Under 10 to halfway here in the NASRA 500. Off turn 4. Here they come down to the line. Closing in to halfway. We're in stage 2. Again, this will take us all the way to lap 120. The L&R Lawn Care stage 2. Halfway, though, for the official first 250 miles of the 500. Coming up to completion in about 9 laps. Jacob, they're in turn 2. Dietrich leads.
Yeah, KD really locked right on right there with Daniel Falkenham. And then right behind him on that inside lane, here comes Eberhard. He's going to get the shove. Christopher McCullough started 29. They're going to throw it back. KD and CM getting it done. And here comes Malik Ray back up here trying to help out as well. Hard racing right here. Here comes McCullough. He's going to try to go. He wants to try to lead. KD going with Eberhard. And right behind him, Falkenham trying to lock up as well. But now it's all going to be Eberhard, as now they're making moves and they're hanging out McCullough on that inside.
Watching them work their way again. Down the back stretch from the back camera, there's Falkenham. And Daniel Falkenham in third. That's behind the camera of Caden Dietrich. Daniel Eberhard up to the top spot of that camo Bass Pro car. Now Dietrich jumps out of line. Pushed by Falkenham. 24 to the lead as they work off 4.
Here we go as everybody's rocking and rolling. 200 of you live here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Thank you very much. If you haven't yet, like and subscribe. 3 wide. John Ward stuck in the middle. Now Bass is going to get kicked back. Here we go. Deerdich up top. Here comes Eberhard trying to give the shove as well. Falkenham, York, they're going to go to the lead. Eckert trying to fight back as well off turn 2.
Clowns to the left of me, Jokers to the right. Hold on, I'm in the middle. Right now, outside lane, look at him fly and thunder in the 3. It's Falkenham, the leader. Now down low is York, and now Eckert. They flip-flop. They trade spots. Look at this. Look, the sharp weapon to the lead as we're closing into halfway.
How about Logan York to the front here at the NASRA 500 with the help of Daniel Falkenham, but it ain't over yet. Eckert right behind him. You got McCullough back here as well. KD up on the top side with Eberhard, the third, trying to go as well. Everybody scratching for positions. York jumps down, makes a hard block, blocks Eberhard. Here we go. McCullough gets knocked sideways, opens the door for Falkenham. He'll get the shove from KD, go to the front. KD goes to second while he
Will he ship him or will he hang with him? Looks like he's going to hang with him as everybody, for the moment, kind of calmed it down for a little bit. Maybe not. York goes from the bottom to the top and tries to go right in front of Everhart.
Pushing high, pushing low to the inside. And it is Falkingham now back to the top spot. Watch this now, bumper tag, and the tandem now. Two-car tandem starting to heat up here. Maybe more. Everhart now powers back alongside Falkingham. Eckert, Diedrich now losing ground. And here comes McCullough on the inside as they work three.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting, honestly, Wesley Outland, because Trevor Asronoff, who was the cause of that last caution, already one lap down, had to reconnect. Now he's the lap traffic. They're fixing to catch right up, too. Falkingham up here, Everhart, Eckert, everybody trying to get up here, get up to the top side, try to get away from him. As now Asronoff below the double yellow line, he's got to back off. Everybody down on the bottom of the racetrack, making him have to lift as everybody's shooting by Asronoff, putting him 2 laps down right now. Everhart still has it. Here comes McCullough on the inside. This is like a square dance, Wesley. Everybody swapping it around and dancing here at the big dance, the NASRA 500.
A little two-stepping, if you will, up the banking. Go with your partner, but don't be too aggressive. And spin them out. This is stage number 2 of the L&R Lawn Care. Stage 2, it'll go to lap 120. However, we are about 4 laps shy, less than 10 miles away to the cross flags of the NASRA 500. Presented by Glass Mechanic and Everhart, the leader. Behind them, though, Falkingham and Eckert.
Ooh, boy, look at Falkingham right here, diving down to the inside of the racetrack. Got McCullough lined up right behind him. Logan York going to try to shoot it up the middle. Well, it worked out for him. Who's going to go with him? It's going to be Bice. Now York goes from the middle, jumps back down to the bottom side, almost hung Bice out. AAA to Kenny Harris. He's going to get kicked back. Went 3 wide for a second, go back 2 wide. Everhart tried to come down and get into York. Side by side, almost door banging off turn 4.
And look at now, Everhart power alongside York, and so will Eckert. Diedrich now back into the top 5. Falkingham starting to fall back a little bit, and look who's back up there. Bikes in the subway, 33. And so is Garrett Maines.
How about that right there for Garrett Maines, and Ethan Eckert shoots by him, will take the lead just for a split second coming around this time. Around 20 laps to go here in stage number 2, and York now trying to get up here. Gives a huge shot to Eckert up at the front. Watch them shooting by right here at over 190 miles an hour, 2-3 wide, climbing to 31 degrees of bacon at Daytona as they get ready to shoot down into the 18 degrees at the tri-oval here at the start-finish line.
4.023 kilometers, 2.5 miles, at 31 degrees. The banking greets them. There they go up the banking. I love the camera. Falkingham, he's got Everhart to his inside. You see a little glimpse of the camo card. And the light goes on. Eckert and York to the outside as they hit the back straightaway. Cross flags this time by. Cross flags next time around there, Jacob. 250 miles gone. 250 miles remain in the inaugural NASRA 500.
Thank God, baby. We're getting to the end of this bad boy, and we're getting ready to crown a champion of the NASRA 500. Ethan Eckert still holding on for what he can of the lead. Everhart down on the inside trying to see if he can make up some ground. He ain't going to be able to do it. Eckert will go back to the lead. York will go to second. Falkingham to third. Here comes KD trying to make a shot. Here comes Falkingham. Top back to bottom. All of them swapping lanes, trying to figure out the best way to get up to the front. Eckert puts a block. Falkingham gets into him. Knocks him up the track. Falkingham trying to go for the lead as Everhart gets on his back bumper.
That's the back straightaway to 3. And whoa, hold on, guys. 3 wide for the lead, and there's contact. Wow, hung out to dry is Eckert from the penthouse to the outhouse, and somehow got to get back in line. He didn't lose that much.
He could have lost a whole lot more, Wes Allen.
Yeah, for sure.
if there wasn't a whole lot more cars lined up right there behind him, buddy, he would have went straight to the back and went way worse than what he was in. But, I mean, guys are really starting to ship people, try to run with certain guys and everything else. Some of them maybe want to try to ship some of the big dogs up here, and that way they ain't have to worry about them later on here in this stage. But the problem is, right here at the halfway portion, if you ship people, you hang them out to dry, it comes back to them. It will come back at the end of the race. Did this guy help me? Did he not? York, 3 wide. Everhart's going to go. York tried to go up and get him behind KD. It may end up costing him. Looks like he's in the sucker hole. He's going to the back.
York, you are now the weakest link. Goodbye. As they work their way now back into quarter number 1. The sharp weapon now falling back. Falkingham now the new leader. Dietrich and Everhart. McCullough Maines the new top 5 as they work off 2.
Everhart on the bottom. McCullough tried to help. Here comes KD. Gives a shot to Falkingham. Right behind him, you got Garrett Maines. Saw him spin through the grass a while ago. He's worked his way back up here in contention. Oh, boy, Falkingham! What a save out of the 39 of Daniel Falkingham. Got hit right in the left rear, knocked sideways. One driver went all the way back on the wall. Looked like it might have been KD, but wow, what a move right there. What a save by one of the best. Daniel Falkingham, that could have been another big one, but what a save by that 39.
The winner of the PGR Esports 500 last Sunday afternoon. And right now, with a save for the 39, he is now back to second as Daniel Everhart now shows the lead. One car had a little bit of damage. That was the Tucker McClendon car. Battle for the lead again as Falkingham has push. He has helpers. Maines with the tandem. He pulls up in front of Everhart. There's your new top 2 coming to the line.
Yeah, they were door banging right there coming off turn 4. Big time right there. Falkingham made that move, had Maines to go with him. Everhart tried to jump down, but he jumped up very, very quickly. Didn't want to get spun around like we've seen a couple of times with some of the bad blocks that we've seen. But Falkingham, he will assume the lead. Maines will go to second. Everhart back to third. Harper and Malik Ray, all of them in the top 5. Right behind them, 3 wide back here with old KD. Eckert stuck in the middle. McCullough down on the bottom side. There you see it right off the back end of Malik Ray's cam. As now McCullough, the McCullough boys, how about you? For Chris and Kenneth, they're trying to get going, but Everhart's going to try to spoil that parade. They're 3 wide. Here comes Harper on the outside. 3 wide for third.
How about them Cowboys, eh? Harper's car with a push. And help from Dietrich. To the outside, Falkingham, Maines, Harper, Dietrich, Eckert now hung out to dry on the bottom. And don't count out York or Bike.
There goes Ray.
Boy, I don't think anybody wants to work with Malik Ray right now after what happened earlier in the NASRA 500, Jacob. He just went free falling like lyrics to the Tom Petty Heartbreaker song.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you right now, I mean, just getting shot right there in the middle. A lot of people's been in that, what we call the sucker hole, Wesley Outland. We call it the sucker hole right in the middle. And basically, it sucks you straight to the back end of the line. And he has fell all the way from up there battling for the lead all the way back to around the 16th, 17th spot back here where the Spice Man Chris Sedman and OTB Tristan Bruce is. So he's going to have to muster something up and get Kenny Real to line back up with him. But here we go. Ethan Eckert trying to get this inside lane rolling. Falkingham, Maines, Harper, they're going to line up on that outside lane. Big run. They're trying to get away. They stack up once again as York slammed straight into KD. Almost knocked him sideways. Now KD thinking 3 wide. We'll see if it works out for him as Falkingham leads off 4.
We just passed the halfway mark of the race a moment ago. And we are now heading around 260, 270 miles into the 500. Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland. Bigglestein hopped in, our buddy in Australia, doing a phenomenal job in the early morning hours on the production. The James Wagner's Welding's race details, there it is. 3 stages. We're in stage 2. $100 up for grabs again. And then we'll have that 80-lap push to the checkered flag. We've had a lot of cautions, Jacob. Now we finally get a green flag run going, and damn it all, I don't want to see a caution flag at the end of stage 2 now.
I mean, maybe we can get with Bray LaBeouf and then maybe just one time change the rules and just let them keep going because we're loving every bit of this right here. Here comes York on the inside. Eckert trying to give him the shove. Falkenham up top, Main's there with him. Everhart trying to follow as well. They're looking 3 wide back here around. I believe that is Turgeson, but he's going to shoot up to the top side, get him behind Malik Ray, but still battle his own for the lead. Logan York been very aggressive, not only today, today in this race, and the Falkenham goes on the wall. Everybody spinning. Falkenham goes around. We're going to have another caution.
Falkenham, Harper, and others going around, and there is another Serve Pro caution. I spoke too soon. I was trying to rebut the caution at the end of stage 2. It comes around 11 laps shy of the end of stage 2. Yellow flag out again. Here's a replay presented by Pulse Poppers, Jacob.
Yeah, and you know what? I will agree with some of them some people that has been chiming in the live chat. There's certain wrecks this week that the guy that initiates the wreck never even gets tore up. All that right there was on Logan York. He thought he was clear. He was not clear. Jumped up across the nose of Daniel Falkenham, knocked him sideways, knocked him into the wall, and then Falkenham just trying to hold on to it, trying to save it. He had it saved. He went left, right, spun around. Harper got him. McCullough got him. Both the McCullough guys ended up getting him.
Wow.
See it right there. Watch him. Left, right, tried to get it straightened back out. Didn't. Everybody else hit him, but Wesley, once again, it seems like I agree with some of them out there in the live chat that have said it this week. The guys that are causing the wrecks, they're not the ones getting tore up. The rest of them is.
And we're seeing blocks and all sorts of things happen here as Falkenham and others spinning. There it is again as we are halfway in the NASRA 500. And look at Logan York somehow scampers away with the lead. As here's another angle at it. We'll come back in the booth for our halfway report in just a moment, presented by CRN. Here's a replay of it one more time. Look at that.
Wow. But he tried to hold on to it, Wesley. Yeah. He did all he could right there, but it is what it is.
And Jacob, now that I see it from a different angle, look at this. Drivers are coming to pit lane here. We'll give you the halfway report in just a moment, just after halfway, 10 laps. Cars coming in, making sure they box, hit their marks perfectly. 4 tires and fuel for a lot of these drivers. Baker still in it, by the way. There's the 5, the 82. All coming in for service. There goes Blanchard. There goes York and others exiting off of pit lane. So let's give you the mid-race report. And we're going to go back inside the broadcast booth with Jacob and myself. Daniel, I'm telling you, tough break for Daniel Falkenham. But, Jacob, we are now at the second half finally of the NASRA 500. And, my goodness, I feel like we just started all over again. I feel like it's, 9 cautions now? I believe it is 9 cautions of the first half of the race. A lot of money on the line, a lot of bragging rights, the trophy, you want to be the first ever winner of something, and we're seeing it. But we saw probably a really good lengthy green flag run just then, and the racing was very, very exciting. The blocking, the aggressiveness, I think something we've got to work on in the second half of the 500. Jacob, do you agree with me, Redneck Announcer?
Yes, sir. By a mile. I mean, some of this blocking and everything else, I mean, just being way too over-aggressive. Some of these guys, if they just calm down, just that much. Just calm down just a little bit. We could keep this, green for quite some time. We could have probably already made it all the way to the end of the stage. Probably already be past that by now. And some of them would have already just calmed it down just a little bit. But, Wesley, I hate to tell you this, and I hate to say it this way, but it's just going to get worse. It's just going to get worse just because of the fact that everybody knows the inaugural NASRA 500, the very first one, a lot of money, the trophies, the recognition, history books, all that. It's all coming to an end here after it's all said and done. And the problem is, it's like I said, the wrestle for real estate, it's just going to get worse. And, some of these moves is just going to get a whole lot worse, and more cars is going to end up getting tore up because everybody wants to win. And I don't blame them to a certain extent, but you got to calm it down just a little bit. Let's get there, before we end up tearing up everybody's stuff.
Yeah, I love Chase Dogs' sarcasm in the chat box, but what I will say is this. I have to say, after some things that I didn't agree with, I have to agree with him in his last comment because I don't think it's going to stop. These guys have got to find the mindset on their own to step up and do just that. Let's go back to the on-track activity. That has been your CRN mid-race report update along with Jacob Reeves, Wesley Outland here with you. And we get ready for a restart now with Eckert, Maines on the front row, Eberhardt, Diedrich on row 2, Weiss, Turgensen on row 3, Bruce and Wood on row 4, Ray and Osborne. Top 10. Jacob, again, I see some of the snide comments about buybacks or doing this all week and whatever else. Listen, the 40 best, Jacob Reeves, have earned the right to be where they're at right now. But the way that they're racing one another has got to be on them to improve. And hopefully we see a better second half of the NASRA 500 than the first 100 miles. Or first 250 miles.
We'll see what happens right here. Get ready to come back for another restart with Eckert, Maines, Eberhardt, Dierdich,
Green flag.
Jackson Bias. That's the top 5.
Back to their way. Back to green. Lap 112 of 200. We are in the middle. Actually, we're actually in the final stages of L&R Lawn Care Stage 2. And remember, Jacob, there is $100 dangling at the field. $100 going to the Stage 2 winner, just like Garrett Maines, who won money earlier.
Well, I'll say this right now. However it is, they're going to be seeing that money dangle right there in front of them. They want to have that shot to try to go for it. You try to win all the money that you can, but here's the trick. What will you do for that? And if you do it for that, or for that amount of money right here at the end of stage number 2, Lord only knows what you'll do at the end of it to win the whole thing. But here we go. Eckert back up here on that inside. Eberhardt trying to get the shove. Maines up top. KD trying to roll as well. Eckert's going to get hung out. He's going to have Turgeson right behind him. But everybody trying to file up on that outside lane and maybe have a last-ditch effort right here at the end of stage number 2.
I got that song, Money, 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 in my head right now. People will rob their own brothers or steal from their mother. And any other lyrics that I can think of right now. For the love of money, $2,500 going to the winner, Malik Ray has climbed his way back into the top 5. One of the best of iRacing. South Carolina's Malik Ray after Eberhardt from Georgia. And the number 1 of Virginia's Maines as they come to the line. A handful of laps remaining.
Oh,
no! Trouble.
Yellow.
Crash again.
Oh,
That's
my
the number
goodness.
50 car. Another big crash. I think Kerry Tribune and others got caught up in it. It's Denver Lee Turgensen, the 50 car, that started it. Working into turn 1, Jacob. Another serve pro caution. Here we go again. I facepalm emojis in the chat box right now, how I feel. Watch this again.
Man.
Is that Michael David Wood? Matthew David Wood. MDW. That's, what is that? Kenny Reel up top side. Denver Lee Turgensen. Osborne turned into the yellow and black car. And it's the 50 of Denver Lee Turgensen that kind of got it started. Keith Bradley just weaseled by it again. The animal. Wow. Let's watch it again.
You see it right here. There's a Dula Light right there. Matthew Dula right there in the 77. Ends up getting Turgeson, gets him in the left rear, knocks him sideways. He was getting help from John Ward and shot right through the middle. And just, too close for comfort right there. Ends up spinning Turgeson around. And there you see, I believe, is that the Spice Man? Chris Cinnamon 220, yes it is.
Yes, it
so
is.
Chris Cinnamon gets involved in that one as well. There you see Kenneth McCullough Jr. trying to lock up the brakes, not run them over. Boy, oh boy.
My goodness.
That is unfortunately, and yes, I believe it is. I believe that is the stage win right there. That is it for stage 2.
Hungry Dog, Denver Lee Turgensen chomping up the competition. Another accident. Replays, by the way, presented by Surf Pro for the caution. Home Poppers instant replay on board with Logan York. They call him the sharp weapon in the chat box, it seems, all week. And Sharp able to drive to the grass and miss all of that. I think we're seeing pit stops. Jacob, Dean, let's go on board with Keith Bradley real well, we're going to see them box out real quick. I wanted to say Keith Bradley, Jacob, did a hell of a job, a masterful job.
Yes.
So a miss getting caught up in that accident. The man out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, the man we call the Animal.
Yeah, that's my good buddy right there, Keith Bradley. And real quick, Keith, I had a comment. I'm sure, Wesley, you got it as well. Keith, thank you very much, for the comment that you sent me earlier on. I believe it was yesterday. So thank you very much for that comment. Wanted to just give you a quick shout out for that. But there you see Garrett Maines. Looks like he's, or Blanchard and them's actually going to be the leaders right now. But I agree with Wesley. I want to see this replay right here, real quick before we end up maybe talking to Garrett Maines. I would like to see this instant replay of Keith Bradley that we saw right there to miss that wreck. Because I'm telling you, he's lucky nobody, was big time behind him. Watch this right here. You got to see the smoke. You got to see where everybody kind of goes around. Bradley, being the veteran that he is, locks it up. And he had a little bit of luck, too, right there. I mean, he could have straight up been caught up in that. So I think he had a little bit of luck on his side, but skill come into play as well.
And are we saying that Garrett Maines won stage number 2?
Yes.
He won both stages. Wow. Well, let's grab a word with him here, shall we? As we're still under the yellow flag, we'll get his thoughts real quickly. As we'll grab the man out of Powelton, Virginia. Garrett Maines, it's the broadcast booth. L&R Lawn Care, Stage 1 and Stage 2 winner. It seems like the days of old in that number 1 car, buddy. Congrats.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of just right place, right time both times. But I know how my luck goes. You win the stage, you're not allowed to win the race. So definitely going to be important for me to get that shout out for Wigan Water Technologies. Really happy to be able to at least win the stages for them, but hopefully we can wrap this thing up and break the curse.
And Garrett, pretty good spot right there. Talk about that wreck that happened. Where you were spinning through the grass and everything else.
Yeah, because it ain't been easy.
Saw that.
Yeah,
no, it hasn't.
Yeah, that was a bad decision. Ward was when I went to move up because I was following Steven and I thought Steven was moving into clean track, and so when I moved up, I realized I was gonna have to check up, and I was moving up in front of somebody. So I moved back down, and Logan just had a huge run, and there was not enough time for me to move back down. I basically put myself in that situation, and the only thing I could do was hang myself out, and I'd already made the decision to turn down, and the closing rate was just too much.
Here we're looking at a replay of it again. What a save, though, to save that car. And even though winning stage 1, amongst all that happening to you, nobody hit you. You had a mulligan on that one. And then you rally back in your Toyota Camry out of Powelton, Virginia, and win stage number 2. I know we're getting ready for a restart, Garrett, but why do you feel like it's so crazy out there the first half of the race? Do you think it's going to simmer down a little bit?
No. I think the mindset of everybody's kind of set in stone now, and everybody's just going for it. I'm not really sure why we're having as many cautions as we are, but at this point, maybe it'll settle down a little bit. It kind of seems like there could potentially be a little bit of fuel involved here, but I guess we'll see how this pans out. If we get a caution, it's going to be, gloves off all over again. So hopefully we'll get a green flag stop, but I'm not counting on it yet.
Garrett, thanks for your time. Good luck the rest of the way in the 500.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. There's Garrett Maines, ladies and gentlemen, and he will get back to work as well as everybody else. L&R Lawn Care, stage number 1 and 2 is done. We move into the Glass Mechanic, the sponsor of the NASRA 500. Stage number 3, and we come back to green. 80 plus laps to go in the Great American Sim Race in Daytona. Back on our way.
Here we go. Tiny Horse and Chris Blanchard up here at the front. Here comes Malik Ray. Going to get up here, give the shot to Falkenham. Already going 3 wide up here for the lead. Tiny Horse is going to get kicked back. Here we go. Tiny Horse trying to slip up here. Here comes Harper. Harper's going to slide up. Blanchard on the inside. Harper jumps up in front of Falkenham, trying to get the shove as well. Harper back to the lead going into turn 3.
Race control telling us it was a simple racing incident, the last caution. Nobody penalized. And Blanchard now to the lead. Blanchard, our buddy from up in Maine. One of the nicest guys you would ever know or meet. Has put the Blanchard County Repair number 9 up in front, but not for long. How about them Cowboys? Here comes Harper. He's got Falkenham pushing him again on the outside. Wasn't this guy just spinning a moment ago, Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of them that was spinning around a while ago, if you want to put it that way. And Falkenham has worked his way back up here, trying to get him some. Here comes Malik Ray. He's trying to get him some as well. Garrett Maines, one stage 2, right behind Ray. And now, inside lane, only 2 drivers down here, that being Chris Blanchard and Cole Larson, who started 35th in the field. He's up here trying to get him some as well. And MDW, don't count out. MDW, Matthew David Wood started 39th in the field. He's up here almost inside the top 10. He just fell out.
And we're 3 wide behind him. Look at this. Up the hill, down the bottom. Eberhard coming inside. He's got York behind him. And look at Larson, by the way. Jacob, we talk about him on the NASRA leagues on the regular Monday through Friday schedule. And we told you, we talked about just that talented driver there, Katie Larson. And look at what he's done now, up to 5th as Malik Ray jumps out of line, powers along Falkenham at the line.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, Cole Larson, just real quick about that to elaborate more. I mean, very, very young driver, but at the same time got a very, very bright future. I talked to him before the race as we do see the battle for the lead. I did talk to Cole about it a little bit earlier. I told him, I said, go get you one, young man. He said, we're going to try. He's a lot of big dogs in the field, and he has stuck it out all the way to just past stage 2 as they are 3 wide and looking for it back here, trying to get them some. Everybody, Deerditch back here with McCullough. There's Eckert up on the top side, another McCullough as well. Boy, oh boy, these next-gen cars, Wesley, you just lose. I mean, the spots just move around all the time here in these things here at Daytona.
I mean, would you expect anything else right now? It feels like they've gone 3 and 4 wide all great. Multiple cautions. Already, I think they had 9 or 10 cautions in the first half of the event now. Let's watch and see what goes on now with Malik Ray. South Carolina's Malik Ray back up in front again. Back in the saddle again for the driver of the 1. Harper, what a drive for him in second as a bump comes from Eberhard. Falkenham powers alongside now his driver left elbow as they work their way again off the corner, and Maines watches all this go on as they close out of the corner out of 4.
Yeah, Falkenham actually went from the top, tried to jump down to the bottom, actually helped out Malik Ray. Eberhard thought about trying to take it 3 wide, but there was no room, so he'll stay comfortably right behind the 0-7 for them Cowboys, trying to actually get them a big old Super Bowl win, if you want to put it that way. It's been a long time for some of you Cowboy fans. Not trying to throw any heat at you or nothing like that. But Malik Ray up here, he jumps up in front of Harper. Now Malik Ray gets back to the lead. Harper goes to second, Eberhard to third as they work their way into turn 3.
Stand on it. We're working off 4. We're going to go side by side to thank our partners on the NASRA 360 Racing Network as well as on PRN, and we will stay with you as Eberhard, still the leader. Down the inside, here comes now Falkenham. Powers to the bottom. Malik Ray will now fall back as here comes The 9 of Blanchard. And Maines working back up the back straightaway there, Jacob, heading to 3.
Yeah, Eberhardt's actually going to get kicked to the middle, so he's going to get sent back.
Wow.
Big time right there. He had help, and they ended up shipping him. Now Falkenham goes up top. Here comes Tiny Horse. Ryan Johnson, he's going to get back into this with help of Chris Blanchard trying to give him a shove. Blanchard back to the lead. Falkenham and Maines, 2 NASRA boys and 2 pro drivers on the top side. This is the NASRA 500, Wesley. This is what you get.
Top 10 right now as we work 75 remaining. 375 miles into the 500. It is Falkenham the leader. Maines in second. Ray in third. Followed by Harper. Blanchard your top 5. Johnson, York, Shepard, Dietrich, Larson. They're in 3.
Here goes Blanchard back down to the inside, trying to see if he can make something happen. Our producer, Dean Hopton, pulling for Blanchard, pulling for one of the NASRA regulars. Even Tiny Horse, Ryan Johnson, maybe get up here and maybe get him one as well. But that outside lane is still formed up just too good as Falkenham got it up there with Maines. You got Malik Ray, Harper, and all of them up there. York up there on this top side lane with KD to help as well. And now we got one moving. It's Harper. Harper jumps down on the bottom side. Blanchard's going to go in tow. Here comes Harper trying to go for the lead, but he's got to get a little bit more help from Blanchard.
Falkenham up the corner, a nice bump draft there. Tandem from Maines and Ray right behind Maines. The blue and tan number 1 cars. And now Harper with a big push by Blanchard on the bottom. All week long, the preparation. 3 qualifying races on Monday through Thursday. Walked in the top 3 to the duels this morning. The Latchan qualifiers last night, 3 of them. 16 drivers transferred from there. 208 now down to 40. And I can say, finally, this is the longest green flag run of the race we are now seeing with these guys, showing Falkenham, Maines, Ray York. And here's the deal, Jacob. These guys have been caught up in accidents. They dust themselves off. They try it again, and they're right back up in the song and dance, back in the saddle. And again, as they work off 4.
Boom! Traffic up the hill now. Now Ray had to jump down in front of Ray, or York, I should say. Yes, it was. Set him in the lap traffic. So now Ray going to try to get back going. York trying to go with him. Front 2, Falkenham, Maines, they get away for just a split second. Now here comes Ray back up on the back bumper. Here comes Harper. Harper trying to go. Blanchard trying to go. Tiny Horse trying to go. Like we said up there in the live chat, I agree with you. NASRA boys trying to get one here tonight at Daytona as we are transitioning into the nighttime here at Daytona.
Yeah, let's take a look real quickly, if we can, at the conditions. It is currently a wind speed of 14 miles an hour. That CRN session details has a temperature of 71, but it is just before, 6 o'clock, I guess? 1700 hours?
5.
Just before 5. Just before 5.
Yeah, not too far off on that one right there. So here we go, a little bit of slam drafting going on that outside lane. Blanchard down on the bottom side. He gets Tiny Horse to shove him. So the NASRA boys is going to go to the front. Wow, Johnson's going to ship him. He's going to go to the top. Tiny Horse wants to lead here at the NASRA 500. And Blanchard's going to be down on the bottom side as well. But Wesley, there's a good possibility that this is all according to plan. Have one of them up there on the top side, the other one down on the bottom, and maybe try to see if they can control this race for the NASRA guys as Ryan Johnson leads his very first lap here on the NASRA 500.
$70 laps to go. Ronnie, here comes down Ryan Johnson right back up again there. The Tiny Horse, our buddy from Salem, Wisconsin. Back to the lead. Harper now with a push. Jacob, I'm impressed with the Dallas Cowboys car. I really am. If the Cowboys played the way Harper's driving, they'd be in the Super Bowl tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh. I couldn't help it, but he ain't lying. He's not lying. I mean, folks, he's really not lying. I agree with him on that one, but yeah, the car looks absolutely stellar. It looks awesome right there, and he's doing a pretty good job. Boy, knocked Johnson a little bit sideways, about knocked him down into Everhart, but they save it. So Falkenham will go to the lead. Blanchard goes to second. Everhart's going to get kicked back to third. Matt Dula in the 77 has got back up here as we got 168 live watching. Like, subscribe, ring the bell here for the NASRA 360 Racing Network if you love what you're seeing for the NASRA 500.
Under 70 to go. By the way, when we hit lap 160, it'll be the final 100 miles. Whoa, hold on. Almost pushed out of line. Everhart, what a save. Unbelievable, Jacob. Man.
Yeah, that takes some skill right there to be able to hold on to a car like that right there and get it that sideways, be able to straighten it back out. And Dula wearing out the back door, I should say. Falkenham now down on that inside trying to get Blanchard to help. As now Everhart goes to the bottom, jumps back up. Dula's there. Here comes Tiny Horse. Here comes Ray. Everybody trying to format it or trying to get in a formation, figure out where they want to be. As Wesley, we still will have to make a green flag pit stop, just like what Garrett Maines was talking about. We're still going to have to make a pit stop right here, buddy.
Yeah, you know, Garrett was talking about green flag pit stops, and obviously that's something we'll definitely keep an eye on, because it'll have to happen. To the back straightaway, it is Matthew Dula in the lead. Dula up in front. Johnson second. Falkenham is third. Blanchard Maines your top five. We are single file.
Wow, Dula's going to slip up here. He's going to grab a hold of the lead as well with Tiny Horse. Ryan Johnson right behind him. A couple of guys trying to work up there on that top side, being Daniel Everhart. He's got McCullough trying to line up with him, get this outside lane back rolling. But it looks like a lot of people, Wesley, we were talking about that with the pit stops coming up. A lot of guys may be trying to go ahead and jump down on the bottom of the racetrack. It may be trying to formulate when they want to make that green flag pit stop. I talked about it the other night, or might have been last night, it might have been earlier this morning. But you don't want to have to sit there and worry about trying to make a pit stop when you're on the outside lane, because then you end up got to go across other lanes. If you're already planning on pitting, get on the bottom side, because I've got cleaned out by guys up on the top side numerous times, and it will end up making you really have some serious beef. So everybody on this bottom side looks like, you know, they're formulating, trying to figure out, they're just waiting at least for that green flag pit stop. That's what they're doing.
Back to one. Look at them thunder off of this second turn, and we see them filter down the super stretch with Matthew Dula from Columbus, Ohio, representing the Buckeye State. Go Ohio State Buckeyes, the football champions of college football playoff. And that man from that state being represented right now, the Dula Light, and if he wins $2,500 taking the inaugural NASRA 500, all the Dula Light you can drink, Jacob. I think you'll be invited to the party.
Yeah, I really hope I am invited to the party if he ends up winning that bad boy. If he doesn't, we will have beef. Guarantee it. But Dula got it up front. Tiny Horse trying to go with it. They've been working together. They worked together in the qualifying races. They also worked together in the duels to make them to get them into this situation. So I would not be surprised to see Ryan Johnson stay with Dula and not ship him like we've seen a couple of other drivers ship others. I believe Johnson will stay right with Dula. Wherever he goes, that's where Johnson's going to go.
Just after 5 p.m. Eastern sim time, a wind speed at 14 miles an hour. And Jacob, as we hit that, the wind, how is that going to affect these cars, especially if we move into the nighttime here, possibly in the next hour or so?
got lap traffic right here, but they moved down. But Wesley, you know, up under the night sky, what it's going to do is it's going to have some cooler air temperatures. It's going to obviously cool down the track a little bit as well, and that will produce more grip out here on the racetrack for those cooler temperatures. Kyler Wedd, whoa,
Ow.
where did he come from? Out of absolutely nowhere. We saw him get caught up in a wreck earlier on. He has worked his tail off, got back up here. Logan York behind him, and MDW. Matthew David Wood started 39th. He's up here inside the top 5, and the animal Keith Bradley's up here as well.
I think Kyler Wynn wants to win, pardon the pun. Wynn to the inside, paddles along York. Bruce and Wood now side by side. As they work their way, there's a Chevrolet to the outside lane. And look at Wynn now, powers back. Look at MDW, Matthew David Wood, Keith Bradley, some of our NASRA brethren right there in this battle, in this dogfight, if you will.
Oh. Kyler Wynn, what a save.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, Kyler Wynn, what a save right behind MDW. Got hit in the back end by, I believe that might have been Tristan Bruce. Yes, it was in the 35. Stacked him up on the inside lane. Wynn had to try to save it, get out of the gas. He was able to save it, so no harm, no foul as of right now. But the battle continues on. Logan York leads. The animal, Keith Bradley, started 16th. He's up to 2nd. And Kerry Tribune started 27th. He's up to 3rd. Top 3. 2 of them NASRA guys. But here we go. Here comes Jackson Bice in the 33. He's going to take the lead.
And if you're keeping up with the numbers, 350 miles completed. 150 miles left to go here in the 500. As Bice now in the lead, the subway car. Wood in 2nd, Wynn 3rd. And they work their way back up into turn 2 now, Jacob. And we see the sun beginning to set on the east end of the speedway, or the east end, where the airport is.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously starting to catch a little bit of lap traffic. I believe that was Ed Osborne and Tucker McClendon. They're going to end up shooting by them. Now they're going to look to go to the outside lane. Here comes MDW. They're going to hang out Bice. Wynn's going to go with him. Bruce is going to go with him. Bice gets kicked to the side. They're going to shoot right by him as another lap car they're catching up to right here. As now big time Bice slides up, almost hooks himself across the nose of Logan York. But MDW has got the lead. Here comes Tristan Bruce trying to make a run, and Kyler Wynn's going to jump up.
You're starting to see the shadows overlooking the retaining wall in the corners. Now it starts to pop back into the back straightaway, that 3,000-foot super stretch. Thanks to all of you watching the broadcast. Subscribe and like. And for all of you that have been with us since Monday, sincerely thank you. It's Kyler Wynn, Everhart, and MDW. Almost get into one another. The 82 now breaks out of line. He'll now go to the outside, about 5 cars back at the line on lap 142 there. Jacob, they're in 1.
Yeah, Tristan Bruce, OT Bruce, is going to be up at the front leading here at the NASRA 500. Jackson Bice will be right behind them with Logan York. The animal, Keith Bradley, up on the top side as well. MDW down on the bottom side. The producer's pulling for him. He's pulling for OT Bruce. He's got the lead. MDW trying to get Everhart up here. He's pulling for any NASRA driver, and I don't blame him at this point. But here we go. Tristan Bruce up here leading all the way up on the top side there. You see the animal, Keith Bradley, back here as well.
And by the way, we are approaching the corner out of 4 coming to the tribal. As we mentioned, that final 100 miles coming up. And Jacob, this is also a very lengthy, I don't want to jinx it, but man, these guys have stayed green since the last restart. And they have been gunning it and doing a phenomenal job racing with each other now. There's more of a relaxation than it was earlier. It feels like there's a calm. But I think that's going to dissipate when we hit down to that final 100 miles, I believe.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to get good. Obviously, want to shout out some of you out there in the live chat. Keith Laporta, Mrs. Better, than today's real NASCAR. I'll watch this any day. So thank you very much for that comment as well. We appreciate that one out there from Keith Laporta. If I got that one right, I believe I did. But up front, MDW, he's got the lead. T. Bruce got kicked back. He's got Jackson Bice lined up with him, but MDW, Kenneth McCullough Jr. now going to take turns up here at the front. John Ward, Daniel Falkenham, Garrett Maines, the top 5 trying to separate themselves from the rest of the field off turn 2.
Down that back straightaway, as Wood is in the lead, McCullough and Ward, Falkenham, Maines, your top 5 as they work right now. Here's from our view, the virtual broadcast booth. There you see what we're looking at down the tri-oval, that beautiful, picturesque, sweet virtual thunder. Going back to turn 1 with now that purple and black, white 21, Michael David Wood. Jacob, let's brag about him a little bit. You know him a lot better than I do, but I mean, since he's come to NASRA, he is really, really stepping up, and he is always a great competitor.
Yeah, I mean, he really has. I mean, and a man of faith as well. So big props right there with MDW as well. Watched him numerous times on the Friday night series, with the concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series when he runs in that Friday nights here on NASRA. And he is a very, very fast competitor. So much respect for that young man right there of MDW. He is very fast. He's got skill. And I'm telling you, I mean, he's a good kid. And, it would be awesome, to see one of the good guys, I guess you could say, win this bad boy here tonight. I mean, there's a lot of good guys in the field, obviously with, Garrett Maines, Malik Ray, and all that. But some of these feel-good stories that you see with MDW and guys like him, guys like Keith Bradley, other guys like Kerry Tribune, or maybe even Tristan Bruce, even Ryan Johnson, some of these guys, even Matt Dula. These is good stories right here, and it would be cool to see a feel-good story end up winning the NASRA 500 here this evening.
And Kenneth McCullough, that man knows how to pocket some big money as well, big money races. I've called PEG PC money events, PGR Sport. What do you call it? The MMS Money Series he's done. We've had them on the NASRA 360 Racing Network before. And right now, the McCullough family. 2 of them in the top 10 as they now finally get spread out single file. Top 7-8 cars down to the inside lane with a double yellow line as they work their way back to the corner here, Jacob.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by this one bit. Like I was talking about a while ago, Wesley Outland. Everybody wanting to try to get in a single file formation and go ahead, log some laps. Everybody on the bottom side, which is different than what we saw, earlier on in the week when everybody wanted to roll on the top. It's like I said, getting ready for those pit stops. I see why everybody wants to run on the bottom of the racetrack, try to save as much fuel as you can. We were talking to Garrett Maines, possible, going to be a fuel mileage deal if the sucker goes green and everything else. So, I see everybody on the bottom side, but one thing about it, if they want to make a pit stop, then they ain't got to worry about shooting across 2 or 3 lanes. They can just go ahead, hang a left, and go down pit road. That's why you're seeing what you're seeing.
And Wood will work his way down to 4 to the tri-oval. 125 miles. Next time by remain in the 500. As we're closing in on that 3/4 mark of a race as well being complete. The final 50 laps, 125 miles. Drivers have been competing since Monday. 208 now, nestled down to 40. And yeah, the first 100 laps might have been calamity, but it's all about the prize, the trophies, the bragging rights. $2,500 to the winner. And Jacob, every starter of the race gets paid money, guaranteed.
Yeah, you can't beat that right there. I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier, with guys, being able to just be here. It's easy payday for them. Just go out there, start the race, and they're going to easily get some money kicked back to them. But I think it means more to these guys. Some of these guys, might I add, some of them are probably in it for the money, but some of them are in it to be a NASRA 500 champion. And check that little box off their iRacing resume is to know that you won the inaugural NASRA 500. And Wesley, I agree with what you said earlier. I really hope that we have one next year as well, because I'm telling you, this event has literally skyrocketed for NASRA, and I really hope that we do this again next year.
And by the way, don't forget, there's already plans to have bigger marquee events later on in the year. What do we talk about with Brady, Jacob? The Indy 500, the virtual Indy 500. NASRA will have their own version of the Indy 500, the greatest virtual spectacle of racing. There's going to be the Coca-Cola 600, which is obviously the long endurance race of NASCAR at Charlotte. 600 miles, 400 laps, and a whole bunch of other things planned. Will the NASRA 500 return for a second edition? I don't know. But one thing I do know is we're under 50 laps remaining. There's that James Wagner's Welding Race Details. And by the way, that green-white checker one, I hope we have one attempt at a green-white checker, Jacob. But if not, there is a chance for 15.
I hope we don't even go to that point. I hope we just go ahead
sir.
and just call it right there and just be able to race it green all the way to the end. But it will get crazy here pretty soon, as now we're already starting to see Sterling Thies up there on that top side. Malik Ray trying to advance his position up on that top side. They're going to get to the back door of John Ward. Maybe not. They ain't going to get the Falkenham neither. Outside starting to fall back a little bit. Inside's got the momentum. But I'm telling you, Ray is wearing out Thies' back bumper on up top.
No, Dean, I'm fine. I was just using that dramatic effect to describe that I don't want it to have 15 overtime finishes.
He ain't lying.
Wood in the lead. Wood in the lead. It's Wood and McCullough and Ward, followed by Falkenham. And God, I don't want to jinx it, guys, but this has been the longest green flag run of the NASRA 500 so far. It has.
You done that last time when we had a crash.
I know. And I got to tell a story.
Yeah, but Wesley, it has simmered down just a little bit right now from what it has earlier on. I mean, we saw a bunch of chaos, saw a bunch of guys moving around, doing all kinds of crazy moves and this, that, whatever. But at the same time, as you see Sterling Thies actually getting kicked up to the top side, he's going to get hung out to dry. But it has calmed down just a little bit. It's simmered down. But when it gets closer to about, say, 20 laps to go, that's when the gloves are off. And like the old song says, they're going to let it all hang out. So we'll see what happens right now. But Thies got kicked back as the front boys right now, MDW and Kent McCullough Jr., they're trying to check out.
We're going to go side by side real quickly to thank our sponsors. And we'll stay here with you. Big thanks to our buddy Murph's Magical Creation, our fabled cigar smoking fabled unicorn. And Jacob, they're going to be the ones that make the nameplate for the dual winners, the plaque for the dual winners, and the trophies for the NASRA 500 and a whole bunch of other prize trophies as well for the event.
Yeah, Murph, I mean, he's a great sponsor, here with, NASRA as a whole. I've heard some great things about it. I heard, he would like to have a conversation with me on my podcast, so hopefully we get a hold of Murph and get him lined up and everything else. Hopefully get that talked about us. We got some caution, and cars is on pit road.
Understanding Kyler Wynn has crashed. Kyler Wynn has crashed on the back straightaway. This puts out our 12th caution of the NASRA 500. And my goodness grief, they're making green flag pit stops. And now it's a caution. Wow. Kyler Wynn, there's contact with Eckert in the 12. Watch this again. And Jacob, it's one thing to bump somebody down the straightaway, but the bump drafted in the corner, they always say that's a no-no, and that's, come on.
Yeah, I mean, when you get them right there,
They're
the
on
wrong
the straightaway
corner.
now. They're technically on the straightaway now.
Yeah, but everybody, good wreck avoidance. A bunch of them going down below the double yellow line and everything. And it's like I've said before, you can do that, to just miss the wreck and everything. Yeah, you can't do it to advance your position, but if there's a wreck, then you go wherever you want to go. As there you see Kyler Webb already got scars literally right there on the front end of the number 82 from everything that's been going on. As you saw, Keith Bradley tried to make a shot, and then Kyler Webb just coming off turn 2. Eckert just gets him in the left rear, spins him around.
There it is. What put us under another caution as pit stops are happening. I'm thinking, Jacob, one more pit stop maybe? Or do you think this could be the money stop right here, you think?
Oh, boy. This is going to be tight right here, West Outland, because obviously there's 100% fuel capacity, set up for these guys right here. It's going to be close because a full fuel run, you can get about 40 laps in it. You're right there at that point. I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to be really, really close. You may see some guys try to do some fuel mileage like we saw, with the LCQs and everything else like that. So we'll see how this ends up working out, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, just I kind of agree with what Pete just said. They've been drafting through the corners all race. We've seen the 2-car tandem, 3-car tandem. I look at NW fighting with Ward to stay on the track there from the grass. Yeah. Malik Ray now on pit road. Daniel Falkingham now. Malik Ray, I think, is the new leader. It says he's still on pit road, but he's on the racetrack. Ray, Falkingham, Maines, Woodward, your new top 5. Oh, wow. 4 tires and fuel, I believe, for Malik Ray.
Well, Wesley, that's understandable right there. When you get under caution like this right here, you have that opportunity to get you 4 fresh tires, especially how long they was racing out there on that long green flag run. I understand, why they wanted to go ahead and put those 4 fresh tires on. Makes sense.
And we're about to bring you back inside our broadcast position. I'm in North Carolina, and my buddy down in Georgia. We welcome you to the inside of the booth. And, of course, Wesley Outland, Jacob Reeves. And, all right, 400 miles now. We're closing in on 100 miles to go, Jacob. This is when you hit the go button. Put all your chess pieces in order. Find all your pawns, all your friends, all your foes. Now it's time to declare checkmate on the field and put your car in victory lane for the inaugural Great American Sim Racer.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the money, really. I mean, this is when you end up going right here. It's Malik Ray. We see him jumping back down pit road, but I agree with you. This is when you want to do it right here. This is when, like I was talking about earlier, you're going to see those crazy moves. Yeah. I said lap 20, but, give or take, we're at lap 40. We'll bump it up 20 laps. Yeah, this is when it's going to get good. This is when the craziness is going to happen. Guys are going to not start to lift as much anymore. Guys are going to start wanting to push more and everything, and that's when you end up seeing cars tore up. But, hey, it's the NASRA 500. It's the very first one. Everybody wants it.
And honestly, got to give props to them, Jacob. I think they finally listened to NASRA Race Control and maybe us if they were watching the broadcast, and they finally simmered down a little bit. Now it's time to turn up the heat. I really believe that. So we got that little fire in our broadcast box square that Dean Hopton did. Phenomenal job. This is when it's time to turn up the heat. It's time to go. It's time to go now. It's time to go.
Yeah. I mean, it's go time. Literally. I mean, just, it's like I was saying a while ago, let it all hang out. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing right here. With all these guys right here up here at the front. Dean, I don't even know what you said, but I don't even want to know, to be honest with you. But that's what. But in all seriousness, they're going to let it all hang out right here. And you got to go.
People could hear our boss in our ear right now. Okay, he's throwing us off being on camera. Leave us alone, Dean. Let's go back to live pictures, as they say, right? Take me back to live pictures. No, we love Dean Hopton. We got nothing but love for our friend. Oh boy, just before 5:30 Eastern, with 100 miles remain. It's fun times, ladies and gentlemen. And now it has come down to 60. What is it now? 40, 41 laps to go, I believe. 42, 41 at the line. 41 laps remaining when they come back to the Geico restart zone. The NASRA 500 back on their way as we go back to green.
Oh boy, here we go. Falkenham waited till right after the line like he should. Jumps bottom, goes top, right up in front of Garrett Maines. Right behind him, MDW trying to get up here as well. Still trying to hold on to this bad boy. John Ward up there on that top side leading them with Logan York trying to follow in tow. Right behind him, Everhart back here with the other McCullough. Everybody looking like trying to rustle for real estate. Scrambling, trying to get there. Up front, Falkenham, Maines, they lead going into turn 3, but MDW, John Ward are closing in.
Falkenham and Maines right there in tow. So is Wood and Ward. York's now cracked the top 5. Down to the line. As you see the sun beginning to set, the lights will begin to illuminate around virtual Daytona. 40 laps to go. 100 miles left to the inaugural NASRA 500. Who's going to be the winner of the first time of the Great American Virtual Sim Race?
Absolutely no telling at this point, Wesley Allen. It's just like going up to a casino and basically just going ahead, throwing your money down on a number, spinning a roulette wheel, and seeing where it lands. If it lands on you, good deal, you end up the winner. If not, you pretty much went all in and you just lost your tail. So that's basically what this has turned into right now, is about a 40-lap roulette wheel right here. Coming to 39 laps actually now. So it's the 39-lap roulette wheel right now with about 29 on the lead lap right now. And they are making moves up here. Ducking, dodging. Everhart leads in 1 and 2.
From the NASRA 500, we'll pause for 10 seconds of network identification on the Community Radio Network. Back here at Daytona, final 100 miles of the inaugural NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic on the NASRA 360 Racing Network and the Community Radio Network. And as I say that, we are under caution now for the 13th time. And I believe it's Eckert involved.
Might have been. Yes, it was. Eckert involved. Wow. Jackson Bice and others. Oh, my goodness.
Here's a look at a replay. Watch the 12 contact there. Who is that? That's Bice. Bice and Eckert. Yeah, there's Jackson Bice standing in the grass. Wow. Was that Malik Ray again, by the way, too, that missed all that on the high side? Here we go.
I think it might have been, to be honest with you.
I think it is Malik Ray.
That's what it was.
Watch this. That's Malik Ray on the inside, guys. Right there. Below the double yellow line.
Gosh.
And he gets contact and damage with the left rear of the 12. Yes, it is. That's Malik Ray. Malik Ray into the 12 of Eckert. And then the 33 of Bice into the fence. Wow. Yeah, the 41 turned into Bice that actually got all this party started. He probably might be called it for the EOL penalty, and that's, Sterling Thiss. Sterling Thiss right there. Not this, not these, this. Sterling Thiss right there. And Jacob, another caution. It is their 13th third pro caution of the NASRA 500.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got guys coming down pit road right here. And Wesley, some of these guys right here going down pit road should be good.
NASRA wants you to go on board with the cockpit of Austin Green. Go on board cockpit of Austin Green's car. These pit stops, whatever's going on, they're getting 4 tires and fuel. Austin Green's car, they're wanting us to go on a replay. I think they're wanting to look at something. He currently is Austin Green. Where is he right now?
29th.
Yeah, he's in 29th position. They're saying, go watch Austin Green's on board. Watch this.
Whoa! Gosh
Wow.
almighty, look at that.
How lucky was Austin Green?
Goodness.
And he works for the Ghost Racing Network. He might have just seen a ghost right then and there. We're taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. Settle in. Grab you some nabs. We don't call them crackers in the South. We call them nabs. Get you not a soda, but a pop. And we're ready to settle the final 100 miles when we return from Daytona in the NASRA 500.
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Welcome back to coverage of the NASRA 500 here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. I'm the Redneck announcer, Jake Reeves. Australia, Dean Hop the Biggles, been putting in the work all week long, 6 nights this week. Wesley Outland also with us. I think he ran to the little boys' room, but we'll get him back here in just a split second. So we'll go ahead and get ready for a restart. Here at Daytona, Everhart gets away, and here we go. McCullough up on the top side. John Ward down on the bottom side. 200 of you watching. Thank you very much for joining us here this evening. If you like it, and subscribe to the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Everhart up on the top side. Ward going to get the run on the inside with McCullough right behind him. Ward's going to go to the lead.
Back straight away now. As Ward in the lead, he's on the outside. Everhart up top, down the inside, McCullough and Astronaut now. As Ward will now power back to the lead of that 92. You're seeing the sunset. Nightfall settling in. You know, Jacob, it is go time here at the Big D.
Big time, go time, and the Big D right now is up at the front. That being Daniel Everhart III leading. Shot around John Ward. Ward's going to go back to third. Kenneth McCullough Jr., obviously one of the big dogs in the money races, sits in the third spot. Family member with Christopher McCullough up here in the top 5, as well as Trevor Astronaut, who went a lap down earlier after causing a big old stack up. Sent one of them into the wall. He's back up here trying to get him some as well. Logan York gets the shove. 3 wide, almost ended up hooking Ward off of dadgum turn 4.
And look at Ward now free falling, my friend. And now look at the outside. Wow, look at the middle lane now. Look at Falkenham. Get a big push now, helping Harper. Up the middle. Look at this. As they're sideways, 3 wide, Harper side draft, and they hold it together with Asranoff on the bottom.
How did they not wreck right there?
Wow.
In 1 and 2. I mean, what a move right there by Harper. He didn't have any choice. Falkenham literally shoved him all the way up through there, and he had to just try to make it stick. But now Everhart, he's got the lead. Harper trying to go somewhere with it. Goes top, goes bottom, comes back up to the top. Everhart's going to hold him off. And right behind him, McCullough Jr. back there with the other McCullough. Watch out for the McCulloughs. They may end up trying to get it done here tonight at Daytona as Falkenham jumps to the bottom. He's got KD right behind him.
Eberhard back up high. Looking now, Harper behind him. So is McCullough. They're 3 and 4. York down to 5th. Falkenham on the inside. Top 5 work their way up the banking. They're in 3. Eberhard, the new leader.
Looking pretty good.
Well, yes, sir. Watch now. Yeah, watch York. The sharp weapon as they dart in front of him. A lot of blocking in there.
Yellow.
And all the while, they're still collecting cars. Daniel Falkenham is wrecked. Keith Bradley is wrecked. Garrett Maines is wrecked. Trouble all the way down the tri-oval to put us under our 14th caution here at the 500. Daniel Falkenham, Stephen Miles, Terry Tribune, the first 3 involved here.
Unfortunate to see that right there. As you see it right there on your screen, just a big stack up right there. T. Bruce, I think, might have actually got involved in this one as well. Yeah, there he goes. Bam! Straight into the wall.
Man. Wow.
And then there goes a little bit more action right there after the fact. They was wrecking a little bit. York right there with Daniel Falkenham. He gets nailed. Bradley ends up T-boning him. Blanchard in it as well. My, oh my. What a wreck.
Another big wreck here on the front straightaway. Kerry Tribune, Garrett Maines. Here's a look at it again on board with Kenny Harris in the Monster Energy Crazy 8's car. And it got crazy on 30 laps to go here in the 500. Watch this.
And ironically enough, Blanchard's towing right there on the top right after we have a huge big one right here. And I think we're going to have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of towing going on. Other drivers trying to make it through there, just wasn't able to do it. There was no hole for some other drivers. They just drive in and end up hitting other people. As now we got guys on pit road right now with the likes of Falkenham and also Everhart. They're on pit road right now trying to get some of that damage fixed. A lot of drivers going down pit road, Wes.
Money stop. Money stop. I'm thinking right here, right, Jacob? Money stop. It's go time now. This is it.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single one of these guys come in right here. If it went green all the way west of the Outland, they're going to be able to make it all the way to the end of this bad boy right now. If they went in on this stop right here. If they haven't went in yet, they might have went in maybe about the caution before. It'll be close, but at the same time, it'll be real closer for them as it would be for these guys right now that's on pit road right now. These guys that went down pit road, they're good to go.
Nathan Harper, Dallas Cowboys, entry number 4, up in front. Little more info about the driver. That is Nathan Harper. Of course, in that 0-7 on timing and scoring, but he is in the number 4. And, of course, the driver out of Eastern North Carolina, the Probably Band Group. And his Ford is right now leading for a chance at the inaugural NASRA 500 and a $2,500 payday. 30 to go, Jacob. 30 remaining.
Them trophies right there in West Outland. Look at them bad boys. Absolutely beautiful trophies right there. Gold, silver, bronze. I'm not 100% if they really are gold or silver. I don't know. I haven't actually touched the trophy, so I couldn't tell you exactly. But I'm telling you right now, they absolutely look beautiful. As we was told, there's supposed to be a little bit of a plaque right there on the front where the holes are, to be able to have a NASRA 500 logo on that bad boy. So top three is going to get those trophies. And I'm telling you, Wesley, this is going to get good right here. We got guys up here at the front. Some that have won in these big money races. We got Coke Series drivers up here. We got NASRA regulars up here.
I love it.
You get it all right here. I love
it. I love it. I was a little disappointed with where we were at the start of things, but now this is when you start to ante it up for sure. This is when you start to really show and showcase what you've got here. As we're getting ready, I believe, to go back. Are we going to camera? I think we are. Yes, we are. To our audience out there, this is really when you start to turn up this excitement, and we're ready to see one hell of a shootout, I believe. No doubt, Jacob, this will be exciting. 30 to go.
Absolutely, and Wesley, we were talking about that a while ago. At the 50 lap mark, we were talking. This is where it's really going to stir up. Well, here's the problem. Now it's getting closer. Now we're getting closer, and if something happens with 10 to go, then, at that point, everybody's a fan at that point because we don't know what's going to happen. Nobody has an idea what's fixing to happen, but there will be chaos. I will go ahead and tell you right now.
Who do you like?
Oh, damn. You know what? If I had to pick any, the McCulloughs up there, they're very strong. Matt Doula's been very strong. He's got Tidy Horse right behind him. Eberhardt's up there. I tell you what, give me Doula. Just because of Doula Light and everything, give me Doula. I think Doula should be good to go. But Kyler Wynn's back in this bad boy too, and he won the big race last year. So Kyler Wynn, watch out for him. He may have a shot. Who you thinking, Wes?
Oh, boy. I am probably going to go. Oh, boy.
Put you on the spot.
Eberhardt. He's looked good so long. And my dark horse is Blanchard. Back underway in the Great American Sim Race. The NASRA 500, under 30 remaining. This is where the rubber meets the road. It is time to punch it to 200. Not 100%, Jacob, 200. You got to go an extra 100% above and beyond to get here at the end.
Absolutely. You got to do what you got to do. Here we go. Harper up here trying to go. Now Aswardoth shoves McCullough up there to the lead. Here comes Malik Ray down on the inside lane. Malik Ray's going to try to go to the lead. Blanchard, your dark horse, he's down there on the bottom side. Cole Larson trying to go as well. Kyler Wynn trying to latch on front three right there on that bottom side. Three guys down there trying to get some momentum going. Is this Ray and it's Blanchard going into turn one.
Jacob, we're approaching 25 to go. About 400 and, what is it, close to, 450 miles of this race completed. But I got to ask you this question, though. With the sun going down and the cloud cover, shady parts of the racetrack, what handling, and the wind, too, might I add, what handling is it doing to these guys as we're heading to 6 p.m. Eastern time on the Sim in Daytona?
Well, Wesley, as the temperatures start to get cooler, the track's going to attempt, obviously get cooler as well. And what that's going to do is going to lead, like I was saying earlier, to more grip for these guys here driving these next-gen Cup cars here at Daytona. That's what it is right there. That's the whole big trick right there as far as handling goes. It's going to help them out. Now, granted, they've been racing on this sucker for at least the past 3 hours, but at the same time, it will help out the handling with these cars. It's also going to help them be able to push a little bit more. Doula goes around. Doula lighting a 77 ends up going around, but no caution. I jinxed him.
Your pick.
I jinxed him.
Boy, oh boy. Have a drink on me. And no Surf Pro caution. The NASRA officials say he was able to continue. 25 laps to go.
Yeah, Wesley, I got a feeling I'm going to probably get cussed out when this thing's all said and done when Doula goes back and watches who he picked, or who I picked for the NASRA 500. So, hate to see that for Doula. But up front, Malik Ray, he's got Aswardoth right behind him. McCullough down on the inside, and Wesley, I mean, it's like I was talking about before Dula got spun. Yeah, this handling and also the cooler air temperatures is going to help these guys be able to push one another a little bit more. Keeping those tips down, they can run them just a little bit more, maybe run it a little bit harder because that cool air will be able to drop them temperatures a little bit more.
Let's do a 25 to go. Crank it up for you and yours. Thank you, NASRA and broadcast iRacing fans. Here's our salute to you, and we're going to go 2 laps instead of 1 down the stretch.
Yellow flag is out.
Maybe not. We're crashing again. Wow. Eckert, other cars littered in between turns number 1 and 2. Another Serve Pro caution coming out. It is the 15th one of the inaugural NASRA 500. Man.
Tristan Bruce, another one that got involved, I believe. You see Eckert right here. Giving the shove, Cole Larson right here, stacked them up. Wow. That Dustin Shepard, yes, in the 89, he goes around. There's T. Bruce right there. He's up in the air. Eckert ends up getting involved. There's Cole Larson right there in the middle of it. Kenny Harris in the Triple H right there. Also being able to whoa it down the best that he can, try to get around it. Wow. Hard impact right there for old T. Bruce right there. T. Bruce got nailed, and also Dustin Shepard. Dustin Shepard went hard, head on into the outside rotative wall. I mean, just fenders, bumpers, everything just scattered and everywhere.
What a tough break for Tristan Bruce. Dustin Shepard as well. And there's the contact. Dustin Shepard, a hook there with Bruce. Eckert nowhere to go. Saw Eckert get turned. Here he is, turning the fence and into the wall. Another Serve Pro caution here. Under 25 to go. Unbelievable.
Daniel, Serve Pro's getting their money's worth tonight, Wesley. You talked about it a second ago. They're getting their money's worth with all the cautions that we've had here tonight. And a lot of it's just been stack-ups. Really, I mean, there hasn't been any beef with any drivers tried to deliberately go in there and turn anybody or nothing. It's just been stack-ups. People just trying to ride in line. And they ride in line to get too close. People stack up. They ain't expecting it. Bam. Ends up spinning them around. We got a lot of guys going down pit road, though, guys. A lot of them.
Is it smart to come down pit road with 22 to go? You think, Jacob, get 4 new tires? 4 new tires? Go at it? What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame them one bit. I mean, you see Eckert up there at the top.
You call him fresh
screen right there. He ain't even got a hood, so.
4 new freshies, as Jacob Reeves calls them.
4 new freshies. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I would go in there and get. 4 new freshies, get them lined up, carry on, and have you a little bit of extra grip out there, because I talked about how the handling with these next-gen cars is. They go all over the place. You want to try to get any grip that you can, especially if you're going to be making some crazy moves right here with 20 to go.
Wonder if we could try to find a driver to chat with while we're under the caution flag.
Boy, I don't know.
I think we've got somebody here.
We end up jinxing them.
Oh, yeah. You jinx yours.
Yeah, I do jinx mine. Sorry, Dula. I apologize. I'll buy you a beer. You'll be all right.
I would love to get the thoughts of this guy, though, our buddy out of Texas. And hear from Matthew Baker. Matthew, what a climb back through the field. You are right now in car 5 in the number 5 spot. How grueling has this inaugural NASRA 500 been, my friend?
Had 8 minutes and 30 seconds of damages, so just happy that the car didn't break a toe link on one of my 6 wrecks I was involved in. So we're going to see what we can do here with 20 laps to go. The car is totally fine, but I think we're going to try and push Harper to the win here.
So you feel like you got a shot?
I think I got a shot. The car feels totally fine, so as long as you're tucked up in the draft, you got a clean nose. I mean, I got a little bit of dings and bumps on it, but I think we got a shot here. Try and get around Malik and get one position better than Wednesday night.
Jacob, got anybody? got anything?
Well, yeah. I mean, Matt. I mean, you talked about it. You caught up in 6 wrecks. I'm just curious. Are you gonna, send quotas to all the guys that pretty much started the wrecks? Are you gonna send quotas to them at the end of the race because they ended up tearing your car up and everything? You gonna do that?
Well, no, I think I'm going to give my pit crew a bonus if I get a top 5 here. I mean, they cleaned everything up every single time. I can't believe that they were able to repair these cars. If they could repair the car in the sim like they do in real life like they do the sim, they wouldn't have a problem. They just keep wadding them up.
Well, Matthew, thank you for your time, buddy. Good luck the rest of the way. We'll see what happens on the other side, sir. You and your teammates. Good luck.
Thanks, Wes.
And we will now get ready for another restart. Stand by, Matthew. I'm going to bring you back in your box.
Thank you.
And Azranoff, remember Jacob? He was involved in, 2 incidents, and he got put on an EOL. But he didn't give up. The Jack Shack entry, is that the car? I believe it is. The Jack Shack. The Jack Shack baby, like the B-52s. It ain't the Love Shack baby, it's the Jack Shack baby. Trevor Aspenarth, Jacob, is up to the lead. And Malik Ray, look at what happened to Malik Ray. Look at how dirty the cars are, by the way. Did you see that?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I mean, look, all that right there is just rubber, maybe even grass. But a lot of it's got to do with rubber, just for going out there and just being around all these cars and everything. When they're coming through the corners and everything, rubber just popping up all over the place off of these tires. So, yeah, I mean, and also, if we can, maybe see it. You see it a little bit right there where the wall is. All the rubber's been going up towards the wall, too. So that's what's all these cars making them real dirty.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the Premier Racing setup. 20 to go. We are at 20 laps remaining. The final 50 miles of the NASRA 500 is on.
Absolutely. There you see it. Premier Racing setups you need. One, go check them out. Obviously, enter the codes of NASRA or Jake57. Get 15% off your entire order. You want the setups I race? Go check them out. As here we go. Ray up on the front. Harper going to try to see if he can get away. He's able to snake by. Eberhardt gives him the shove. Here we go. Kenny Real trying to get up here as well, but Harper's got the lead. Eberhardt, and now Ray goes back to third.
Remember what Baker said. Baker said, if I have to, I'll push the 4. I'll push Harper. And there's my pick. Eberhardt up to the lead. The camouflage car, number 90, the Bass Pro Shops Club entry with the push by Ray. Asranoff on the high side. And now Harper back to the lead on the bottom. Under 20 to go here in Daytona.
Oh, no, Harper's going to get hugged. Harper gets hugged by, I believe that might have been Eberhardt, so Harper's going to get kicked to the back. Eberhardt up top.
He hooked himself in the safer barrier.
Now Eberhardt's going to get in the sucker hole.
How much damage did the 4 car do to himself? How about them Cowboys? 18 to go at the line. McCullough, Johnson, Ward, Falkingham, and Ray down within the top 5 into 1.
Yeah, McCullough up here trying to see if he can hold on. Is right behind him, Tiny Horse, Ryan Johnson, John Ward, as you mentioned, Falkingham and Ray. Here we go. Who's going to pull out? Who's going to make that move? 18 to go in the NASRA 500. It's Ray. Ray pulls out. Eberhardt goes with him. Well, any of them on the bottom decide to go. Real jumps up. They're going to try to get an outside lane for him. Now they get around Falkingham as now front 3 trying to get away. Here comes Ray with a shove from Eberhardt trying to go to the front. Ward's going to jump up with him.
McCullough, Johnson, Ward, 1, 2, and 3. Ray, top 5. By the way, keep an eye on Wynn. Wynn is back up to 10th in the 82, right in that snakes patch into there, Jacob. On the inside, there he is, the red and white car, behind Asranoff.
Yeah, you talk about a snake's pit right here full of venomous rattlesnakes is what you're seeing right here with all these guys just going at it, throwing haymakers, trying to see what's going to stick here at this point. It is Obviously, coming up this time, 16 laps to go. It is 100% go time as Ryan Tiny Horse Johnson on the inside. Got Kenny Rail lined up with him. McCullough Jr. trying to get away. Right behind him, Ward. Everhart on the outside lane. Here comes Everhart down to the inside. Kyler Wynn's going to make a shot. They jump down and block him.
And McCullough, too. From the top to the bottom, down to the inside. And so will Everhart follow. Now Wynn's got no other choice to hook up with Ward and Falkingham and Green. What a run for this guy. Austin Green, the bad luck he's had earlier or missing trouble has put him in the top 10. 15 laps to go. And the lights are officially on around virtual Daytona. To the home stretch we go.
The lights are on and everybody's home at this point. Here we go. McCullough Jr. still got the lead. John Ward Everhart up here as well. Kyler Wynn sitting right there in that third spot. Now Falkingham jumps down to the bottom side. He's got help from Green. Wynn jumps down. Here comes Everhart.
Wow.
Everhart's going to hang him out. Everhart goes to the lead. He's going to kick McCullough Jr. back.
And up high goes Everhart. And now Ward and Wynn fighting over those spots now. Look at this. Maybe I'm understanding, guys, that Matthew Baker has lost connection. He's got to get it back. I think we've lost him in the 5 car. Remember, that's something, Jacob, that was strictly forced in this event. It's happened to now 2 drivers, Matthew Baker and also Jeff Merck last night. Remember what happened to him earlier today.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that for those guys. As you see, Ryan Tiny Horse Johnson going to hook up with John Ward. Right guys up here, Everhart jumps down. He's going to try to go. He wants some help in the form of John Ward, in the form of Tiny Horse Ryan Johnson. They're trying to muster something up. Outside's getting formed up. Austin Green now jumps down to the bottom side in the 87. He'll try to get to the door of Malik Ray as Kyler Wynn and Falkingham still lead. But here comes Green with a huge shove from Everhart. They're trying to go to the front.
Understanding Matthew Baker was 5th, lost internet. He is out with again, server failure. Back to turn 3. It's Wynn now. Can he win the NASRA 500? Got a push there from Green. Look at Green on the inside, and oh no, Green
Yellow flag
crashes.
is out.
Falkingham goes around. Wynn goes around. They're crashing into and another caution. This is your 16th of the race with under 13 remaining. Wynn, Green to the inside, was on the inside. Look at this, man. Falkingham, how much damage did Falkingham get? Remember the 39.
Falkingham may be okay. Green's actually crab walking going down the back chute right here. Wow.
Here's a look at a replay presented by Holtz Poppers, by the way.
See what happens right here from overhead. See what happens. Never touched him. Now, maybe Falkingham got in the back of Kyler Wynn right there, but Everhart never touched him, kicked him sideways. And unfortunately, that's going to do it for a couple of these drivers. You saw Austin Green hard into the outside retaining wall off of turn number 2. And basically just rides it down the wall right there. Wow. That's hard. That's hard impact right there for Austin Green.
Watch this. On board. This is on board with Kyler Wynn. Falkingham and then Wynn. There you see Green and those others in the fence. Falkingham, I think he saved it off the safer barrier. Matthew David Wood down to the bottom of the racetrack. He might have got collected in it. You see Johnson and Ward also back her down and stays to the inside as we... Wow. Did Ward hook him, do you think, Jacob?
No, I don't think he did. I mean, honestly, you know, they're talking about Ward, but I thought it was Everhart the one that got into him.
Yeah, I mean, Everhart's the new leader. He's the new leader. Daniel Falkenham now. He's on pit road. Maines, Bice. A lot of drivers pitting. Keith Bradley on pit road. You know what? By request of the chat box. By request of the chat box, let's get the thoughts of the first ever NASRA 500. Probably one of the longest men that have supported NASRA since its inception. Our buddy, Keith Bradley, the animal. Keith Bradley, it's the broadcast booth. What do you sum up the NASRA 500 for this year, my friend? Right now, I know you're on pit road, but your take of this event.
It was overall pretty good. We had to dodge some crazy stuff there at the beginning. I've never seen anything like it. We're racing for the lead up there for nothing with, I don't know, 3 laps into it. But overall, it's been pretty good. It's a lot of fun. Unfortunately, we got some damage, but I think we'll be all right.
Jacob.
And Keith, just real quick, I just want to go ahead and let you know pace car's over there in turn 3. Just to help you out a little bit.
I really appreciate it.
But I'll keep you updated. But real quick, I mean, have you got anything left out of that car? Because you got caught up in a lot of wrecks here tonight as they are coming off turn 4 real quick. But have you got anything left in that car?
I don't know. We'll see. We're either going to send it or go see Jesus, one or the two. At this point, we kind of got to. We dodged a lot of wrecks, and then we were finally involved in our first one. Overall, I thought we did pretty good at keeping it clean till we didn't. Either way, we're gonna either send this thing or we're gonna go say hi to Jesus.
He is using the great quote from my good friend, the Buffalo Missile, Andy Jankowiak from ARCA. Thank you much, Keith. Have a good one, man.
Yep, thank you.
A lot of people wanted to hear from you, Animal. They wanted to hear from you.
Awesome.
Keith Bradley. Right there. There's the thoughts. A lot of people in the chat were asking about him.
That's Keith for you, though, Wes.
This is right.
We know how Keith is, man.
Guys, I want to clarify for those that are asking about cautions. There is 16 cautions. Something happened in the opening start of the race with SDK where it had to be reset. 16 cautions in the NASRA 500 with now 10 laps remaining. Oh, and by the way, as we approach 25 miles remaining in the Great American Sim Race for the first time, there is also a chance of 15 overtimes if need be. I hope that doesn't happen. But Jacob, they're going to make sure that we get they're going to make sure we get the right winner. I guess it's a nice way of saying it. That's a nice way of saying it. Going to make sure that whoever wins gets it the right way, the fair way, and 15 ways if we have to.
Absolutely. The good old-fashioned way, which would be a green flag finish. And I believe everybody deserves that, honestly, Wesley. After, all week, everything building up to it, I believe the fans should be treated to a green flag finish. So I agree with that.
Green.
9 laps to go. Back to green. In the NASRA 500. All the work, all the preliminaries, everything that's gone on for months. The week has led to this. Less than 25 miles separating a $2,500 winner for the first time winning the 500 down the back straightaway under the NASRA brand. It is Eberhardt up to the lead. Ward, win, little push, little side bump draft there. Look at Ward now, battles with Win, and Malik Ray's going to hook up with the 3 cars as they work off 4, Jacob.
Yeah, Ray's going to line right up behind Kyler Webb. Eberhardt made a crazy move. Wrecking right behind him. No caution as of yet. Everybody's starting to back down. Kyler Webb back down, but yes, now we have a caution going into the tri-oval.
You could just feel that. You could just feel that happening. You could just feel that happening. Man, you could feel the intensity of that happening. Here's a look at a replay. That's the driver of the 91, the sharp weapon of Logan York.
You see it right there. I mean, he kind of comes all the way
into
literally
McCullough.
3 lanes.
Yeah, look at that.
He goes 3 lanes, knocks McCullough up into the wall. McCullough tries to straighten it back out, comes back down, cleans him out. There's Cole Larson. He gets involved in it right there as well. And I mean, that was bound to happen. Obviously, York shoots up. You're riding on board with Kitty Real, obviously with the Jordan brand right there on the hood of his race car. And, York, like I said, York went from the bottom all the way up to the top, tried to slide into a hole that was there, but it wasn't there when he ended up shooting up the racetrack. He ends up getting hooked around and ends up getting spun around.
Now you're exactly right. Watch this again. As we see Larson and McClendon, look at Keith Bradley getting through, but our other Blanchard's car of Osborne, Ed Osborne, did not.
Hard impacts too, Wesley Outland. Very hard impacts.
Yeah, let's go on board with Larson here. Watch this.
See kind of what happens right here. A little stack up, everything going. Larson kind of gets turned around sideways. Was already getting turned while they were getting turned up there, just trying to get off the gas and just left a little bit, hearing possibly wrecks and everything else. So he wanted to try to back off of it, didn't want to run into it. And sure enough, he got ran over. Then there you go.
Some cars are pitting. We see McClendon, we see Harper, we see Bradley. We see, Fisk coming in, Larson coming in, all pitting. We'll step away and take a pit stop as well, as we are closing in on the final 5 laps of the Great American Sim Race.
For Murph's Magical Creations, home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email.
Back underway here in Daytona, getting ready for the hopefully, finish of the NASRA 500. 5 to go. Lights off on the pace car. Hey, by the way, I don't mean to burst your bubble, Chase Dog, but NASCAR even runs unlimited attempts of green-white checkers. You're welcome. It is Eberhardt the leader, Wynn in second, Ray and Johnson third and fourth, McCullough, Jacob, the top 5. And any of these guys, even beaten, banged, battered, bruised, damaged, can come back here, Jacob, and win this race. It's not over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you right now, I mean, anybody's got a shot. I mean, you know, all the way down to even say 26 right now, and he's still trying to catch back up to the field, which is Tucker McClendon. He's still on the lead lap. We get enough cautions, Matthew Baker, who's 2 laps down, could actually be entered into the conversation. We've seen how strong he's been throughout this week. So Matt Baker has got a shot to try to get into this thing if everything plays out right for him. So this thing ain't over yet, not by a long shot right here. 5 to go right here. Coming to 4 laps to go this time around. Hopefully, this will be it right here, Wesley Outland, the more crowded NASRA 500 champion.
Lights are off on the pace card. Eberhart, Wynn, Johnson, Ray, and McCullough. We are moving in tonight. Remember, they have to take a white flag in racing conditions or we will set up overtime. There is still 4 laps remaining, 10 miles to go here to determine the first ever winner, the inaugural winner of the NASRA 500 of the Great American Sim Race, presented by Black Mechanic. Back to green, 10 miles, 4 to go. Nightfall settling in. You better go and you better go now. Eberhard on the restartings in 1.
Eberhard up on the top side. Here comes Ray. Ray tried to give the shove. Right behind him, Kyler Wynn up on that top side. Tiny Horse, Ryan Johnson. He goes for the top, jumps down to the bottom. Here comes Ryan Tiny Horse Johnson with help from John Ward right behind him. They stack up. They slam draft. Eberhard thought about going down. Tries to jump down.
Wow.
What's the block? Now Tiny Horse is going to get clear. Will he jump up in front of Ray at 3?
And block all the lanes, though. Remember, Jacob, don't you find it ironic that I said my ship to win was Eberhard, my dark horse was Ryan Johnson? Look at who's up in the top 2 as we've got a caution. The 41 car of Sterling Fizz. Caution out. This causes overtime. So strap in. We're going to overtime right now.
Oh, boy.
Wow. My picks. Winner, dark horse, Jacob, up there when it counts the most. Now, I'll say this in regards to Daniel Eberhard. Boy, you can't block cars like that 2-3 lanes wide as look at Fist getting into it with Bradley.
Yep, goes around.
Wow,
Whoa.
Bradley upside down. The animal going out with a bang from Indiana. Watch this as we go on board with our buddy Keith Bradley.
Oh, boy, you might want to hide your kids for this one right here, folks. Yeah, look away, small children, our producer's saying. Watch this right here. And Keith down there on the inside, This just couldn't figure out which lane he wanted.
Wow.
And there went the camera. Took the whole camera plate off of it.
There you go. Yeah, thanks. Oh, boy.
Golly. But, Wesley, I will say this. You were talking about Eberhard.
Somebody in the chat box just said, Wesley, get the ambulance.
Yeah, somebody needs to get one. But, Wesley, back to what you were talking about Eberhard making those blocks and everything else. It's going to end up costing him. That blocking and everything, it will end up costing Eberhard if he does not make those blocks at the right time. He was able to pull it off that time. He got it right. As you see, Keith Bradley still trying to get it going, but he gets it. But I'm telling you, Eberhard, he's got 9 lives, as you would say, Wes Allen. He's got 9 lives. So that cat's got 9 lives. I got a feeling he probably used them up right there.
All you got to do is, he just sped them all, right?
Yes.
Shower of sparks coming down the bottom of the apron, and there he is parked right there. Drivers are actually pitting in the back. All right, here we go. Jacob, would you have it any other way, though, overtime for a finish of the race? This is the first of 15 attempts at overtime right here now. Remember, leader has to take the white flag. If not, we re-rack them, restack them, and we go again. Let them know the rules, brother.
Yep, that's exactly what you got right there. We'll take the green. And Weston, real quick, yeah, I'm not shocked. I wouldn't have it any other way at this point to go overtime here for the NASRA 500. But here's your rules, basically, folks. We'll double it up, we'll take off, and we'll get gone. If the leader comes back and he takes the white flag and we get to the white flag, the leader does and crosses it, they could wreck like crazy. And then at that point, I mean, literally pile it up. They could flip all over the place, whatever. First one back to the line wins the inaugural NASRA 500 presented by the Glass Mechanic. If they wreck before they get back to the white flag, we'll re-wreck them, restack them, and we'll do it again 15 times at the most right here. So basically unlimited attempts right here for overtime.
Up to 15. And I do have my pen beside me ready to tally. Ready to tally what needs to be. Yeah, I use pens. Red pen. All right. Well, it is outside my house in North Carolina. Yeah, it's dark. It's dark.
Oh, yeah.
And it's getting dark in Daytona as well. He is, of course, Jacob Reeves. I'm Wesley Outland. Hope you've all enjoyed what is now to come for the NASRA 500. And I believe we're told when to go at the line, right? And Jacob, now we sit and watch this one out. We wait this one out to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's all we can do right now at this point. I mean, you know, it's culminated all week, literally. Dean Sam wave. There you go. We'll wave at you. Anyway, you know, I mean, it's culminated all week, West Outland. It's culminated all week, literally from qualifiers. I talked about it. We had 12 qualifiers with the top 3 making it straight into the duels, and then 4 through 14 go to LCQs, and then we went to the LCQs. 3 of them last night. I think it was top 16. Ended up going to the duels this morning, and then it all culminated with the top 20 in both of the duels. Bam, you're in the NASRA 500. A lot of racing has happened this week here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Thanks to each and every one of you for your support throughout the week. It's been a long one. I think I speak for Wesley Outland. Let's get this sucker over with. Let's crown us a champion.
Trump Force 1 is coming in to land behind at the airport to take in the 500. By the way, Donald Trump has been at the Daytona 500 before. He was there in 2020. All right. Kind of funny that we mentioned 2020 because NASRA was created in the summer of 2020. More details at North American Sim Racing Association.com. 6:16 Eastern, windy, nighttime, the right time, overtime. Here in Daytona, 5 miles, overtime, 1 to determine the winner of the NASRA 500. And 2,500 reasons why you want to be around on the other side.
Whole lot of beer money right there, Weston. We'll see who's going to get it all. Here we go. Ryan, Tiny Horse Johnson on the outside. Sucks right up to the back door of Eberhard. Here comes Ward. Ward gets a shot. Now Ward's going to have to get away. Here comes Tiny Horse trying to get the shove from McCullough. Eberhard ain't going to be able to jump up to the outside this time. Here comes Ryan Tiny Horse Johnson. Middle way down the back chute. Door to door. 2 wide all the way through the field. Tiny Horse up top. Eberhard on the bottom.
Eberhard on the bottom of the racetrack. They're on the inside. Ward is there. He gives him a push. Malik Ray right there. They push each other out of line. Here they come to the flag. The white flag is out. It took 1 overtime. The West Texas Pepper Traders white flag. 7, 8 cars in the pack up to 1. Who's going to be around at the end of 2.5 miles? They're in 2.
Here comes Eberhard up top. John Ward trying to get down to the inside. Here comes Tiny Horse trying to shove him, maybe get clear, and try to get a shot to win the NASRA 500. Eberhard's got the lead, jumps down, blocks Ward. They're going to hang him out on the outside. John Ward, Malik Ray, they're going to skip away. Eberhard lays in 3.
It is Eberhard up in front. History being made. 2,500 reasons to be at the line first. Now John Ward jumps out of line. Eberhard gets third. Malik Ray's in front. Wynn and Ward get together. Malik Ray wins the inaugural NASRA 500 at Daytona. Malik Ray just won the Great American Sim Race.
Oh, Wesley, there may be a little bit of controversy out of that. There may be some controversy right here with Malik Ray right here getting the win. He got into Everhart, turned him around right there at the line, so I believe that this is going to be an unofficial right here.
If it wasn't long enough of a race now, we have to wait and see what happens. NASRA has already posted. It is under review. We've just been told in our ear the finish is under review. Coming to the line here, Jacob, was it fair or foul?
Oh, well, I mean, you coming to the end of this sucker, you dang right. I mean, you got to go. You're not going left for somebody. And, oh, man, this is close right here. I mean, Ray shoots the middle. There was no hole there. Everhart kind of did come down across his nose, but there was no hole that was there at that point right there. And Kyler Wynn sitting right there in the second spot. He could be the winner of the NASRA 500. There you see the contact. Ray tried to go to the middle. Was nothing there. It ends up hitting Everhart, but Everhart did come down a little bit. I don't know, Wesley. I mean, this is one of the damnedest things I've seen, honestly, on iRacing.
And a lot on the line, too. That's why this finish is so scrutinal, because we have to determine. Let's watch it again. Who was the winner of the Great American Sim Race for NASRA?
Still waiting on this one. I mean, you see Everhart up there at the front. Ward ends up hanging a hard left. Jumps down to the bottom side. There's Ray.
This is why we are not race directors. We are just in the broadcast booth. That is it. How would you call it? If you did, you'd have to say Daniel Everhart goes to the back because he was part of the caution, and Malik Ray would be the one penalized. You'd give the win to Kyler Wynn. If it changed, am I right, Jacob? Because right now he's in second.
Yeah, somebody actually out there said re-race. I disagree.
Oh, hell no. We're not re-racing nothing. I'm sorry. No,
we ain't doing that. I thought it was a joke. I think he was joking. That LOL.
I've actually got a doubleheader of basketball coming up here at the top of the hour.
Woo. That's close right there.
Watch this again. Look at this. Oh, man.
Listen, I agree with you. That's why we ain't race directors. That's why we're broadcasters. I have absolutely no idea how this is going to be. We're hearing out there in the live chat, some of you out there saying that the 90 came down right there and cleaned himself out. And Malik Ray, I mean, he did force a hole that was not there. That might be where they're sitting there looking at it, possibly where Malik Ray probably shot the middle and just straight up hooked him. We'll see what the NASRA officials say out of this. Oh, my gosh.
Boy, the chat box has exploded, no doubt. Watch this again. Please try to control your comments. They are being monitored. You don't want to get kicked from the server. Oh, boy. Daniel Everhart, there's a... Man. Dean, go back and rewind it, please. Rewind it. So, right here. Okay. So, I want to... Can we... Is that a left rear hook right there? Was that Murray to the 90 a left rear, or was that the famed word that we don't like to say in iRacing broadcasts, Jacob? We talk about the elephant in the room.
Oh, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Everhart and Malik Ray got together. The number one of Malik Ray has been given an EOL. Kyler Wynn from Canada is the inaugural winner of the NASRA 500. The winner of the NASRA 500 is Kyler Wynn.
Wow, Wesley, shades of last year when there was controversy when it was last year, the Podium 500, when he won that one out of that controversy. Kyler Wynn won that one out of controversy. Controversy in this one. Kyler Wynn in the 82 got wrecked earlier on, Wesley Allen. He got wrecked and got tore up. Brought it back. He wins here tonight at Daytona. How about it?
Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada, Our friends of the North Race Control has deemed Malik Ray intentionally into Daniel Eberhardt, and the Florida Cabinet Distributors Victory Lane burnout is going to the man of the 82. Tyler Wynn wins the inaugural NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic. And here is your finishing results, unofficial. Man, oh man. I didn't make that call. We just called the race. Malik Ray will be given an EOL penalty, if I remember correctly, Jacob. That is the last car on the lead lap, correct? So we'll see where he ends up. Kyler Wynn is the winner of the NASRA 500. It is John Ward second, Caden Diedrich third, Jackson Bice, Ryan Johnson, Boyd, Chris Blanchard, Logan York, Garrett Maines, Denver Lee Turgensen, Christopher McCullough, Matthew Wood, Kerry Tribune, Matthew Dula, Trevor Astronaut, Chris Cinnamon, Ethan Eckert, Daniel Eberhardt, and I'm sure there's your top 18, Cole Larson and Kenny Real, your top 20.
Absolutely. Sterling Thies, will be in that 21st spot. But keep in mind, you got Malik Ray that's got to get kicked down to the 24th spot. So actually Sterling will go to the top 20, with Nathan Harper will end up going into the 21st spot. Daniel Falkenham will go to 23rd. It will be Tucker McClendon will go up there to 23rd. Falkenham will go to 22nd. And then Malik Ray would slide down into that 24th spot upon Race Control's decision. And then obviously Kenneth McCullough Jr. 25th, Matthew Baker 26th, then will Keith Bradley 27th, Ed Osborne, Austin Green, Dustin Shepard in the top 30.
So basically, if you look at the finishing order, Tucker McClendon will now have Malik Ray behind him for 25th. So the rest of the line down, Tristan Bruce 31st, Kenny Ray 32nd, Michael Larch, followed by Stephen Miles, Josh Ball, Dawson Wise, J.D. Larson, Philip Martin, Vincent Guerrero, Josh Nelms. The rundown to the 40-car field as the Great American Sim Race, the virtual NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic, finally in the books. Checkered flag, 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 20 seconds when the checkered flag waved. Here's a look at the last lap one more time. Jacob, again, our audience is going bonkers in the chat. Again, we're just broadcasters, but do you feel like NASRA got it right?
I don't want to end up getting all the beef out in the live chat on me, but I mean, the powers that be, they make a call and they got to stick by it. And they got to give. And they've got a tough job.
We have nothing to do with the call of the race.
I mean, they got a tough job really to call that right there. I mean, these drivers put them in some hairy situations, and that's exactly what they did right there. Did they make the right call? I'm not even going to say. Like I said, because I'm not the one that's in the race director situation. I'm just up here broadcasting with you and Dean. So, but I will say this. It made some controversy, and it made for a hell of a finish. I will say that much.
And I will say this as well, just in defense of NASRA or any racing league on iRacing across the country, for that matter, or the world. If you let iRacing dictate your server of the outcome of the races, I have seen it first and forehand. It is a frigging disaster. You need to have human bodies officiating what's going on with these type of big money races, just like we don't need damn robots for umpires possibly in baseball. I said what I said. I hope you don't like it. If you did, you agree with me, bang on that. Have a drink on me. My voice is shot. It's been a long week, but if you think that having your own server dictate the finish of the race, Jacob Reeves, some of the comments I've seen in this chat box at the end of the race, you literally don't have a chance to race for $2,500. I would rather have human bodies determine the outcome. And again, as it is said, it is not our call. Listen, we're going to go to break. When we come back, we are going to get the top three drivers. And of course, it is not Malik Ray. It is the driver Kyler Wynn from Canada. He is standing by as the rest of the podium. Stay with us. The CRN post-race interviews for the inaugural NASRA 500 is coming up next.
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Welcome back to the CRN post-race interviews for the NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic. Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland. Bigglestein hopped in up in Australia or down in Australia, the land down under. This man has been phenomenal in handling everything on the production side. Let's go to Victory Lane now. The first ever $2,500 winner is Kyler Wynn from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Boy, they're making some noise up in Canada, eh?
Damn right they are.
Kyler,
man, that feels good.
Kyler, what's going through your mind that last lap? Set it up for us, buddy.
Wow.
Do you think they got it right?
Obviously I'm going to be a bit biased here because I won the race. But
yeah.
Speaking from an unbiased standpoint, I haven't seen the replay. I don't have my replay. It's all bugged out. I only have the broadcast. From the broadcast, it looks like there's a hole. Malik puts his nose in there, and Daniel Eberhardt is moving down to block. That's what I see. That's my honest opinion on it. But obviously, I'm not opposed to the call because I won the race. $2,500 is definitely nothing to complain about. But yeah, that's how I see it. That's my honest opinion. No bias. But either way, I'm glad. Me and Malik were discussing it. I was working with Malik throughout the race. It was either me or him. That was the goal. Me or him to get the dub. And we crossed the finish line 1-2. Unfortunately, he got the UL, but I was in second, and I got the win. So we achieved our goal.
And Kyler, I don't know if you remembered, obviously, but last year, when it was the Podium 500, I was on the call for that race, and you were ecstatic about that. Does this one beat the Podium 500 of what it was last year? Does this beat the Podium 500?
Oh yeah, 1,000%. Just because of the prize money. In terms of drivers, I think the Podium one was a little bit harder per se. But either way, the super speed racing now has gone super competitive. Like Daniel Eberhardt, I was kind of scared to see him back in here after he's a phenomenal super speed racer. So it was definitely scary seeing his name sign up for this event. John Ward is always up front at the end of these somehow. I don't know how he does it. He seems to always find a way up front. But man, it's just like, I don't know. It's hard to express how happy I am right now.
Well, Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada is where the man from the blue team with factory setups resides. And let's be honest here, Kyler, it wasn't a cakewalk for you either. You had your share of trials and virtual tribulations that you had to find a way to dust off, avoid, stay out of trouble, get repair done, or somehow find a way to get back in the fight to win this thing, literally.
Yeah, speaking of that, I had I think it was 15 or 16 minutes of damage around lap 30. I got involved in a big wreck there. Both my front wheels were completely out of alignment. My wheel was about 90 degrees to the left. But we got lucky with the amount of yellows there were in the middle portion of the race. We were able to get most of that, or all of it, fixed actually, and made a push in the last 40 laps to get to the front. And yeah.
Well, this is something that we always do. We'll bring him in very, very quickly. Brady LaBeouf, obviously the president, the man that operates the North American Sim Racing Association. Your thoughts and your official enshrinement of Canada's Kyler Wynn, the inaugural winner of the NASRA 500. Your words, boss.
Yeah, first and foremost, thank you, Kyler. Kyler's ran a couple of special events in the past with us, so congratulations on you winning the inaugural NASRA 500. We're glad you came out and supported our event. So congratulations, man. Wesley, we kind of hated to do, get involved in the ending there, but we felt like a decision had to be made, and Kyler was declared the victor of it. So congratulations, Kyler, and we thank all the drivers who came out and supported this event.
Yeah, it's
Thank you.
kind of one of those deals, Brady, where you have to be like a Steve Phelps or an Elton Sawyer for NASCAR, for NASRA, right, Brady? And let everybody know that you have a team of people that were watching everything. It just wasn't one man to make the decision of what it come to be.
Yeah, I mean, there was 4 of us in there, 4 admins, and we watch everything from pit road to restarts to the wrecks to what's going on with Lucky Dogs and trying to just kind of admin the race as it kind of goes along. So it's not a one-man show. I've said that in the Discord all week long. It's not just me. I'm kind of the face of it, but I've got a great support group. My board of directors, they are awesome. They are amazing. They help me out. So couldn't have done it without them for sure.
Well, Brady, obviously a $2,500 payday going to Kyler Wynn. Brady, I don't want you to go anywhere. If you need to go back up and handle, obviously, post-race affairs for things, please go. I'll bring you back in at the end because I know we've got some special things we want to say in the closing. But obviously, Kyler, always the boss of NASRA, Brady LaBeouf from the series, always acknowledges a big winner, a $2,500 payday, the biggest win that anybody in NASRA has ever had since 2020. Kyler Wynn goes to you up in Canada. This is your opportunity to thank your sponsors, anybody that's watching, friends, family, and of course, we hope to see you next year. Try to repeat it if we have a second NASRA 500.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back. Factory setups in the car, as always. The team for setups, even though I don't really run Road to Pro anymore. Who else do we got here? All of the event sponsors and you guys for broadcasting. This was made possible by you guys. Great event. Thank you for hosting it.
Thank you, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada, our friend of the North, Factory Setups Blue Team number 82, Kyler Wynn is the inaugural winner of the NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic at the inaugural Great American Sim Race of the North American Sim Racing Association. Let's grab now the second place man, and of course that is the driver of Mr. John Ward. John, you had a thrilling week. You literally was a showstopper. Everybody was watching you, and you literally were right there at the end to finish second in this race. That car is dirty, but the Toyota is in one piece, and you're a runner-up, and you still get a pretty good sum of money as well. How you feeling at the end of 500 miles, or the week for that matter, John?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. It's been tough. I did 2 or 3 500s, and I didn't make I tried the ERA, didn't make that one. I had the PGR, didn't make that one. So this one here was the best one I done, and I made it. And it was a long race, I tell you, man. But I hung in there. I had a little bit of damage at times, but I hung in there, tried to stay at the front for most of it, and it was a wild finish there.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about that wild finish right there, John. I mean, with all that up there at the front and everything, if you would have known that you were actually racing for the win of the NASRA 500 against Kyler Wynn, no pun intended, what more would you have done knowing that you would have been racing, or if you would have known that you was racing against him? I mean, because there's something else that you would have done?
Malik said he wasn't going to leave me. He said he's going to run with me there. And I knew, Eberhard, he was going to block. You want to kind of hold the high side. And I knew he was going to block hard to the right. So he's going to leave me to bottom. And I didn't want to fake out Malik trying to get around him. And I was just so confused, but I ended up jumping to the bottom, and they both went around, everybody trying to get the win there. And they coming around. I think Eberhard got turned at the end and come home with second.
Well, John, obviously, if you had to go back and do it again, what would you have done differently if you could have had a chance to get a last lap on the field to try to go for the win?
The only thing I would have done based off what had happened was stay behind Eberhard up top a little longer and maybe jump out a little later or try to get on the outside of him. It just, you never know what to do right there. And if you wait too long, you can't do nothing. So. But yeah, I would have probably just stayed behind him and tried to get to his outside there and wait a little longer to go low.
There you go. Well, buddy, before we let you go, man, please thank your sponsors, our buddy out of Valdosta, Georgia. And thanks for running the NASRA 500. Hopefully we'll see you at some more events in the future, buddy.
You got it. You got it. I want to thank Brady for putting all this on. They guys, it was they did such a tremendous job with everything and the community. I want to thank Dega Pros for everybody that was a part of this race and watching and everything. And I want to thank BB for all the flyers that he does and for me and everything. And just thank you guys for the broadcast.
Well, buddy, John Ward, ladies and gentlemen, he'll finish in the number 2 position after what happened coming to the white flag, coming to the checker, actually, between Malik Ray. It might show Malik Ray as the winner of the NASRA 500 according to time and scoring, but NASRA officials have overturned it. He has been given an EOL, last car on the lead lap, when him and Eberhardt got together. We'll grab the third place man in just a moment. Here's a look, though, at the replay of, again, what happened, Jacob, coming down to the start-finish line, and in doing so, it give the win to the driver of Kyler Wynn, and then, of course, John Ward, who finished in second. Let's grab now Caden Diedrich. Caden Diedrich in the number 24 will finish in third. Caden, your take of the race, man, and you're on the podium for the first ever NASRA 500, sir.
First off, I'm glad to be back in the booth. I was here what felt like 8 hours ago.
Well, tell us your take of things. The NASRA 500, how it went for you, obviously.
He was up here. I think they kicked him out. Somebody did.
Aiden Diedrich just got booted.
Yeah, he went to the waiting room. I don't know what happened.
Caden, are you back with us, buddy? I'm sorry. Maybe you pushed a button. What happened to you, my friend?
I'm having Discord. It's crashed a bunch of times. Sorry about that. But anyway, I'm glad to be back in the booth. Too bad it wasn't for the win, but, P3 is great. The event was great. I had a lot of fun racing with everyone. Bunch of phenomenal racers, had a ton of fun. The event was great. Everything. I just had such a fun time. It was really great. The broadcast, I'm going to go watch it back, but from what the clips I've seen, it's been amazing. So shout out to you guys and everything. This has been a great event. I'm just happy to be a part of it and get a good finish out of it.
And, Caden, real quick, sorry if I butchered your name when I said Diedrich. It's supposed to be Diedrich. Some of them out there in the live chat wanted to throw me under the bus on that one. But anyway, Caden, I mean, obviously, we saw you, this morning, I believe it was, for the duels and everything. You were talking about that and everything. Has this been the most grinding event that you've ever been a part of, and where does it rank at on the events that you've done on iRacing?
Well, since I'm kind of newer to the game, this ranks to the top. I attempted the PGR SummerSlam last year. I didn't make it. I attempted the PGR 500 this year. Didn't make it. And I made a big event, and to bring it home in third in an event this big just tops everything. Like, I don't think there's anything close to it, in my opinion. It's great.
Caden, if you had another lap seeing what you saw in front of you, what would you have done different to try to go one up on the podium spot or even victory lane, sir?
I don't know what I could have done. I on the entire green white checkered, I think I was the fourth car in line with Kyler. I didn't lift off his bumper at all. I was 4-car tandeming. I never lifted. And then in 3 and 4, I still never lifted, but with the draft model, I just got left and went farther and farther back. Anything that could have changed was pretty much out of my control there. I guess maybe move to the top and see if I can get a run there. But all in all, it was not much I could do when I got hung. I was just kind of praying on some chaos. And, well, I got some of it, which brought home the P3, which I'm just super excited for. I mean, bringing home all this money as someone who's very young is going to be huge for me. So,
Aiden, how old are you, buddy?
I just turned 15 about a month ago.
Wow.
Well,
there you go.
Yeah.
And just think, I don't think we got to ask for a W-9 either, right? Or W-4, right? I'm just saying jokingly. Wait till you get older, buddy. There's a thing called life, Caden. You'll eventually cross it where you'll have to fill out those forms. Buddy, before we let you go, Caden, please thank your sponsors, man, and good job. I love the car, by the way. Beautiful looking race car.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to thank Jones Racing Setups for being the team I'm with when we run open stuff. They're really good. I'd recommend checking them out. Obviously, you see my Twitch on the car. I was streaming this whole race. Actually, my VOD's still up. If anyone wants to come watch, it's still up. I stream a lot, just having some fun. Shout out to all the sponsors of this event for putting it together, and all the admin team in the broadcast booth for making this event possible. Because I had it.
Thank you, buddy. Is that's Caden D 24 for Twitch, right?
Yes, that is correct.
There you go. There you go. Caden, twitch.tv, put in Caden D24, and there's another different way to go back and check out the inaugural NASRA Great American Sim Race. Caden Diedrich, third, not fourth. Thank you for your time, buddy.
Yep, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to step away very quickly. We'll take our final break. We'll have words from Brady LaBeouf, Cody Knott, from everybody behind NASRA, and we officially put the bow on a long speed week that has culminated with Kyler Wynn from Canada winning the inaugural Great American Sim Race, the NASRA 500, presented by Glass Mechanic. We wrap it up from Daytona next.
For Murph's Magical Creations, home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you. For Murph's Magical Creations, home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation thrives on the strength of its global community of over 80,000 passionate fans united by a shared love of professional wrestling and a commitment to making a difference. While the foundation was founded to advocate for pediatric cancer awareness and mental health support, it has grown to champion and support multiple initiatives aimed at creating meaningful change in communities worldwide. Through dynamic fundraising events, awareness campaigns, and initiatives that foster connection, the foundation supports causes that uplift individuals and families in need. From empowering children and families facing significant challenges to creating opportunities for hope, healing, and progress. The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation is dedicated to being a force for good. This connected and compassionate community continues to inspire action and drive impact, ensuring that hope and support remain at the forefront of all its efforts. Donate today and join the cause at mcchamps.org.
Welcome back to the virtual Daytona International Speedway. We continue on with the CRN post-race interviews along with Jacob Reeves. I am Wesley Outland. Got a cowboy hat on now.
Yeah,
Got your cowboy hat on now, Jacob.
Yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one that I had that picture or whatever with a tank top and all that stuff when I was
There
at
you
Daytona.
go.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, joining us, ladies and gentlemen, is Brady LaBeouf and Cody Nutt. They are the two backbones, along with Joshua Suss, Robert Richards, and so many other people that are with the North American Sim Racing Association. And we are about to come to a close just after 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The biggest undertaking that NASRA has ever done since its inception back in the summer during COVID of 2020. And Brady LaBeouf, Cody Nutt, whoever wants to go first, I'd love for you guys to give your synopsis of everything, boss.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of, planned this back in October and talked about it in November. We ran our Thanksgiving races that we've done in the past, Christmas races that we kind of coordinated, and just felt like we wanted to attempt to do it, Wesley, and it's been talked about for back to the days even before NASRA was even started and established, and here we are, and I couldn't imagine how big of the rebuy idea was a hit. How long, how far, and how many people we had guys, that rebought for 10-9 times, and people need to realize that just because they were qualifying races, they still paid out. So you were paying $10, to possibly win $100, even if it was your Tuesday night, Wednesday night race, and then your LCQ on Friday, and then making it to the duels, and then getting a guaranteed payout for the main event. So I love the format we came out with. I think we've got a couple of things we want to change with it and kind of tweak it, but overall, just a great show and a great event. Man, it's been a week. We're not used to doing these week-long events like this, so it was definitely a grind, and I couldn't have done it with the drivers, the sponsors, all the sponsors that came out. I mean, we've had 10+ sponsors that jumped on board with NASRA, and new sponsors. We're bringing new sponsorship into NASRA because of this event. So, it's just been a great thing. I hated that we had to get involved there at the end, but that's consistent with how we, rule, race endings and stuff like that. So, we've been around for 6 years and doing the same thing. So, we're going to stay consistent with our calls, and I want to thank you guys first and foremost, because you were right there with Cody and I all week long, and Josh and Justin White and Robbie Richards, everybody that kind of helped out behind the scenes. I don't think they truly realize how much time we put into the event just in this week. There was a lot of hours, going to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning and then waking up at 8 so we can get the duels ready, and then starting right into the 500 literally like an hour later. So, yeah, like I said, the sponsors, the drivers, we enjoyed all the drivers that came out and signed up. We hope that they return. And thank you to Cody Nutt, Vice President of NASRA, for all his help, working with Dean, the overlays, and getting the broadcast together. And you and Jacob for just doing an awesome job like you guys always do every time y'all on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. So thank you guys, and thank you to everybody that came out and helped support us.
Cody Nutt, your take of the NASRA 500 inaugural event, boss.
Yeah, man, long week, long hours. I foremost want to thank all the drivers. It was incredible to see how much our goals have been like blown out the water that we had planned for this event. We were kind of shooting for like a certain goal with like 200 drivers, about 100 rebuys, and we hit the 200 drivers, but we completely shattered the rebuys. My last count was like 321 rebuys, which is absolutely insane. And by far, I appreciate everybody being patient with me while I got lineups and stuff together. I did my best to accommodate anybody with any issues or any, like, I need to be moved to this, or, hey, can I not race this and give this to that person? I can't tell you how many times I've deleted the entry list and put it back in like 20 minutes with like 7 times in a row. So foremost, appreciate the drivers coming out and being patient with us while we do this. Like Brady said, this is our first time. We've talked about it a lot since we've started NASRA back in the COVID days, like you said. And then we've just come a long ways here at NASRA with creating our own broadcast network. You guys coming on board with us and basically dedicating your time to us. I know you guys had other ventures for a long time, and then you guys kind of just slowly moved into full-time NASRA. And I appreciate you guys for that because it shows dedication and loyalty for who we got with our team. And then Dean, I appreciate you, man. I've gone through probably like 4 producers already, and you've stuck around for the long haul so far, man. And you're a pleasure to always deal with. But yeah, thanks to Josh, thanks to Robbie for sticking with us, and Justin. We're calling him literally the race control guru. In the words of Justin White, if it's a bump, it's probably an accident. So he's been with us all week. He's not here today with us, but we let him go have some personal time with some of his buddies. So yeah, I appreciate everyone for sticking with us and being patient throughout this week as we learn, essentially.
No, it was a very big week. Jacob, you got anything you want to say to Brady and Cody?
I just want to tell them, thank you very much to both of them, honestly. I mean, they took a chance on me probably, about a year and a half ago, year or take. They took a chance on me and, slid me in and everything else and didn't know really what they was getting. And they are what made the Redneck Announcer. They are what made this, because if it wasn't for them taking a chance on me and coming in and making that personality and having Wesley and all of y'all having that personality and everything, this wouldn't have never happened. So just big thanks to Cody and Brady and you for always mentoring me. And Dean, son, I know I know you're tired, but just, thanks to each and every one of you, man. It's been an absolute blessing this week to be a part of one of the honestly the Great American Sim Race and the best league on iracing, period.
And I follow the same sentiments. This is the longest event endeavor I have ever done in my announcing career of esports for R Factor or iRacing for that matter. And there was a lot of time and energy and work and dedication and prep and a lot of things going on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know. That's why I think I have the heart and the passion to sometimes say what I think of things when people want to bash NASRA or people in general. But we've had one hell of a week, and I would not trade anything for the world. I believe we got one more thing to say, Brady. Before we do let you go, you have a special announcement before we log off for the inaugural NASRA 500 presented by Glass Mechanic, boss.
Yeah, just congratulations again to Kyler winning the inaugural NASRA 500. John Ward and Caden for finishing top 3 as well. Yes. Some big paydays, $1,250 for second. I think third's $750. So still some big prizes. Kyler gets the $2,500 bonus for winning. Over $10,000 raised this week for this event. We just killed it. And but the next time you'll see us for special events will be for our Indy 500 and Coke Zero Coke 600. I'm sorry, Coke 600. Yep. So we're gonna possibly break them up into 2 different races, or we might just run a double. We're debating it right now, but we will have an Indy 500 and a Coke Zero. I'm still saying zero, guys. I'm drinking a Coke Zero right now. Well, I'm drinking a Coke Zero right now.
Coke Zero 400.
I'm looking at the nightstand right there, and I got a can of Coke Zero right there. Coke 600. So that's gonna be our next event in May. We don't have a select date yet, but if you're listening, you want to get in the Discord, if you are in the Discord, we're going to start throwing out some information when we select the date. So thank you to everybody, and I appreciate it.
And by the way, we did post as well, Brady, Cody, you want to talk about it? Next year, the second running of the NASRA 500 has been officially posted, so we'll prepare for the second running of the Great American Sim Race presented by Glass Mechanic in 2026, and it starts a little bit earlier planning too.
Yeah, Brady, if we want to, do you want to talk about it? Do you want us to go for it? Yeah, there you go. There's the graphic. We plan on doing it next year as well. We're sliding it up roughly 3 weeks ahead than what we were. It fits better with our actual schedule. Like, I don't know if most of the viewers know out here, but we're actually a league first and foremost. We run 4 nights a week. Cup Series.
Back to work on Monday.
Series. Yes, sir. Back to work on Monday. Yeah, we're a full-time league, and this is something we do on the side to help other drivers get known and get into the league and support everybody else. And we're sliding it forward because it fits in with our actual league schedules a little bit more. So yeah, next year. See you next year, January 5th through the 10th, 2026.
There you go. The second annual event for the Great American Sim Race will take place at Virtual Daytona in 2026. Dean Hopton, if you want to say something, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. I don't think we're going to see your face. But I'm sure my buddy's exhausted. People, before we log off here, when we started the duels at America time, 10 a.m. this morning, right? 11 o'clock this morning, it was 2 a.m. in Australia. And now he's been at it all morning into lunch and now getting ready for another broadcast production later tonight in Australia time, which would be 4 a.m. our time in America. Good luck to everybody that's running the FTF 500 at Daytona. I believe that's getting ready to go underway here in a little bit. Jacob Reeves, I think I'm going to go to bed. I think I'm going to sleep for the next day tomorrow. I think I'll miss the Super Bowl. We had a fun week, my friend. If there's anybody I'd love to have in the chair alongside me, sir, it was you. Thank you so much for all your dedication, your passion, your love of real sports and iRacing, and, of course, your final thoughts of our inaugural NASRA 500 broadcast.
Well, Wesley, I mean, it's like I said earlier. I mean, it was the Catalina wine mixer of sim races. I mean, that's what it was right there. It is the NASRA 500 Great American Sim Race. And, yes. I mean, it started off kind of iffy. You know, we will go ahead and say that. You know, it did start off kind of iffy. You know, there was a lot of cautions. But then we started getting to the point to where it cleaned itself up. We started getting long green flag runs. Started sitting there wondering, who's going to pit? When are they going to pit? When are they going to do this? We saw people making crazy moves, crazy blocks. Sometimes it didn't work. Sometimes it did. You basically got everything you wanted. Saw somebody flip up and down. I think it was, matter of fact, the animal Keith Bradley. Shout out, Keith. But he went upside down on his lid. So you got all you wanted. You got a fantastic finish. I know there's people out there in the live chat that's going to give a bunch of crap about it. But, hey, it is what it is. I agree with the NASRA officials. They made the right call. And whatever they feel, if they go with that call, then I'm behind them 100%. So I tell you what, you say you fixing to go to bed, I'm gonna have a couple of cold ones right here, and I think we all enjoyed it. To be honest, I think we all have earned it.
I have to recorrect myself. I have a basketball doubleheader broadcast to do at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and then I'll be able to go to bed. So let me clarify that. But nonetheless, buddy, it's been a fun time, man, for you. North American Sim Racing Association.com. Dean Hopton, thank you. Thank you, Brady LaBeouf, Cody Knott. One more look at Great Daytona. Can we overlook it before we get out of here? And there's the big announcement. Next year, it returns in January instead of in February. The second running of the virtual Great American Sim Race, the NASRA 500, presented by Glass Mechanic. Before we log off, we want to thank every partner, every sponsor, most of all, every fan, your dedication, your passion. Whether you agree or disagree, that's what makes us great to be Americans and great to be race fans. Thank you to Battle Beaver Customs, Catch Finch Motorsports, Raw Products, Butt Kicker, Highline Racing, Marathon Movers, Married Mechanical, The Brickyard, Blanchard's Towing. Thank you also to DSR Electric, Cofield Asphalt Refinishing, Cofield Supply and Service, Champions of Hope Foundation, and of course the series sponsor entitlement of the NASRA 500 has been Glass Mechanic. Thank you to other partners, including the Community Radio Network, iRacing, James Wagner Welding, Rattled Cage Podcast, Florida Cabinet Distributors, West Texas Pepper Traders, and Surf Pro, Pulse Poppers, L&R Lawn Care, and of course, you, the virtual sim iRacing fans, boys and girls of the world. For Jacob Reeves, the Redneck Announcer, I am Wesley Outland. Remember, if you'd like to join our leagues, as Cody and Brady mentioned before we sign off, go to North American Sim Racing Association.com. Everything from the trucks to Xfinity to Cup and even more things like the special events to come in May with the NASRA Indy 500 and the Coke 600. For Justin White, Robert Richards, Brady LaBeouf, Cody Knott, everybody in the broadcast race control of the week. For Dean Hopton on the production side of things. And for my buddy Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland. God bless you all. Enjoy the 67th real Daytona 500 next Sunday, and we'll see you next year for NASRA's version of the Great American Sim Race. Congratulations to Canada's Kyler Wynn, the winner of the first 500.